Welcome to the full course, and the reason I'm doing this whole thing completely for free, it's a lot of work put in and pretty much all of the knowledge that I'm sharing with you guys. The reason I'm doing it is because I'm kind of tired of gatekeeping it, and I kind of really want to give away value and at the same time obviously build trust with you guys and give you what you deserve, even if some of you might not be able to afford a real program and a coaching course. So this whole course is based on those books up there and a lot of other research I've been doing every single day for the past 3 years. So all resources that will be presented during this whole course are going to be down in the description. So all of the links for everything, I'll mention it quite a few times later in the video, but yeah, you will find them. So this is the first chapter, and today we're going to be talking about what is mental training and why should you do it. So most players obviously train their technique, train their skills, train their physical side, train their tactical side by analysis. They even do stuff like fascia and other interesting techniques. But there aren't many footballers, at least at the amateur level and lower levels, who actually train their minds. So their focus, their even decision making, their reactions to certain situations, their confidence, their anxiety, their ability to perform under pressure, and so on and so on. Games at the highest level, and pretty much everywhere, are decided by all of these things I just mentioned. Mental training, the role of it is to help your training that you do when you train individually, when you train in your team trainings, so on, all of those skills that you kind of get. The goal of mental training is to show those in games and kind of uncover all of the skills that you've practiced and uncover them in actual matches when it matters. Break. So mental training is kind of different things. So how you think under pressure, how you react to mistakes, focus during games, react after so you feel judged by someone. And the idea is very similar to the one with gym. So you go to the gym to improve your strength and to build muscle, right? So this is the same idea. You just train and it improves over time. So all of these skills like speed, strength, acceleration, and so on are trained. And the same goes for our most important muscle, which is our mind. So mental training is not watching motivational videos. It's not positive thinking. It's not pretending you're confident or fake it till you make it. It's also not ignoring problems like doing something alternative. For example, it's definitely not ignoring technical training and ignoring physical training and focusing on mental training instead. It all goes together. It's a part that helps you uncover those. Physical training, technical training, tactical training, those are non-negotiable, but mental training truly helps you uncover those and use them at the best level. So the thing is, many players work extremely hard. Like they show up every single day to the gym. They do so much gym work. They do so much running. They do so much technical work. They spend hours on the field, but they're still not able to show it in games. And this is the bridge. The bridge between these two is mental training. Mental training allows you to show it in games and to kind of take the training level to the performance level, if you know what I mean. So, mentality shows up in all different kind of situations, but it's probably the most important in matches. So another simple explanation of mental training I really, really like is that the body is the engine or the car, and the mind is the driver. So a strong engine with a bad driver leads to a poor performance, if any of you watch any motorsports. But when you have a strong driver, he can make miracles happen even with a not so good, maybe not so good, not such a good car, or not such a good engine. And it's the best when you have a great driver and a great car and a great engine. So the idea is to combine both. But I would argue that the mental side is even more important than the physical one. Another important thing is mental habits. So for example, you make a mistake, you look down, you are disappointed, you lose focus in the game, you spiral, you start getting more negative thoughts, and then the game goes to shit. You don't perform well. This has probably happened to you a lot of times already, as it has already happened to me a lot of times already. But as I said, this is a mental habit that forms, or we can also call it a coping mechanism. But the thing is, you want to take control over these habits that form, because they're going to form anyway, no matter if you do mental training, if you ignore it, or if you use it. But when you use it, you take control and you build positive mental habits, the ones that are helpful to you and optimal. So the reason to start mental training today is it compounds. Your mindset is gonna affect you now, today, but also in 5 years, also in 10 years, also in every single stage of your career. So the earlier you start training it, the earlier it's gonna compound and grow. Mental training is focused on changing how you respond. Better responses equal better performance. It just makes sense. Let's go through a couple of examples just to give you an idea before we move on to another chapter. But also at the end of this video, I'll play you a couple of clips from elite athletes, even footballers, speaking about the importance of mindset, mentality, kind of confidence and such topics, just to give you some more proof about why this even is important and why I'm not talking bullshit like some of the fascia guys do. No offense. So training responses. Again, let's say you are inside of a match and you're going one-on-one with the goalkeeper through alone on goal, yeah? And you hit it straight into the goalkeeper. Now, what happens usually? What would happen to you? Ask yourself right now. if your mental process is that you look down, you're disappointed, and you say to yourself, you're such an idiot, you should have done this better, you're a failure, you're not good enough. If this is your mental process, there is a big problem. This is a big problem because this affects your emotional state and it gets you out of your optimal mental state where you perform your best, which means you don't perform at your best and you kind of lose out any potential you had to turn the game around and start performing at your best. When you're gonna make mistakes as a footballer. Every single footballer is going to make big mistakes in important matches. But when you don't learn to react to these mistakes, you will never perform at your best. When you learn to react and to get back into the game, snap back into the present moment, and keep playing at your best no matter how many mistakes you make, because those are inevitable, that's when you actually reach your best level. And this is what the players at the top of the game have achieved. When you look at Messi, when you look at Ronaldo, they've made so many mistakes. Just remember Messi's Copa America final penalty miss. Just remember Ronaldo's some penalty misses. They've missed empty goals, but they've recovered. They've been able to keep performing at that level. And that's what made them the greatest players to ever live. And that's what's gonna make a difference for you as well. So a better response, back to the specific scenarios, a better response for missing a one-to-one with the keeper would be to reframe it. Let's say you missed a 1v1. And what you do is you realize everybody makes mistakes and you are on the field to improve. Then you take a deep breath, pause for a minute, not for a minute, then I'm exaggerating, pause for a second. Just take that deep breath, relax, and focus straight back on something in the present moment. So let's say focus on the ball, focus on the grass under your feet, focus on scanning and being aware of your surroundings. Whatever works for you, focus back into the present moment. And this is a much better response, much more quality response that's going to allow you to stay in the game and to perform at your best. Let's do one more example and move on to the next chapter. So you're in a game and let's say you are a defender and you make a big mistake. For example, you give the ball away and you give a huge chance to the opposition team and they score. It's probably around the same thing as missing that big chance. You again realize everybody makes mistakes. You are here to improve, to learn, and you need to focus on what's in your control. You can take that deep breath to ground yourself and refocus back into the present moment. So on the ball, on scanning, on communication, on being a leader, on being your best self, whatever works for you. And that's how you stay in the present moment, keep performing at your best. And whenever that thought comes back of, oh, I messed this up, oh, I'm not good enough, I can't do this again. Whenever you lose that confidence within the game to repeat the same action that you failed at before, that's when you again get yourself back into the present moment and reframe it again and realize those things. So these are just some examples. You'll see more throughout the apologies, more throughout the whole course. I'll show you and take you through everything there is. And yeah, I hope you're as excited as I am about this whole journey we're gonna be going through in the next few hours. But see you in the next chapter.
Advice you could give to any younger player?
Player or goalie?
Anything.
Anything. I would say just get psychologists early on in your stage.
Yeah.
Psychologists or Pilates and yoga save your career, man.
I'm with you. Psychology for me, I think it's half the battle, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just a mental game, innit, football?
Yeah.
I meditate every day, and I do it in the mornings. It sets me up for the rest of the day. It's like having an anchor. if I don't do it, I feel like I'm constantly chasing the day, as opposed to being able to be controlled and dictate the day. Not that you're, calling the shots on what comes forward, but the fact that I am set and ready for whatever may come my way. I have a calmness about whatever comes my way and a poise. And that comes from starting the morning off with meditation. You sit in silence and you just allow these thoughts to come forward. We're constantly observing everything that's around us, but we don't take the time to really observe what's going on inside of ourselves.
I bought into the meditation. I bought into the deeper connection that exists within the game. And so when you watch our teams, or you watch any of Phil's teams, or Chicago teams, Game 6 against Utah, you watch our games, Game 7 against Boston, we were never rattled, ever. Because we're always in the moment, always in the present, always extremely calm, always looking at the reality of the situation and not letting our emotions cloud our execution. And that comes from being in that meditative state that he would teach and preach from day one.
Mental strength, which is what I think is your great gift.
I would have to correct you. I would have to correct you. It's not a gift. It's something that comes with work. Conscious breathing is a big part, especially in the moments when you're under tension. I don't like this kind of a mindset that I see a lot in sports, like just think positive thoughts, be optimistic. There is no room for failure and stuff like this. It's impossible to do that. You are a human being. The difference, I guess, between the guys who are able to be biggest champions and the ones that are struggling to get to the highest level is the ability to not stay in those emotions for too long. So as soon as I experience it, I acknowledge it, I maybe, burst, I scream on the court, whatever happens, but then I'm able to bounce back and reset.
You never succeed without that possibility of failure. I mean, each time that I do something, I can either win or I can lose. And it's that inner confidence that you gotta have to take that chance.
Welcome to the second chapter, and in this one we're gonna be making a routine for you and explaining the importance of habits in overall your life and the effect it has on your mindset and so on and so on. Before we get started, I just want to show you the book. This is all more or less all based on. Obviously it's also based on my experiences and other research, but the majority of this knowledge is based on this book, Atomic Habits, written by James Clear. I recommend the read to everyone. It's linked down in the description. Go and check it out. This is not an ad, just a recommendation. I think it's a really useful book for every athlete and especially footballer to read. Okay, so the core idea of Atomic Habits is that you don't rise to your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. What this means is that when you set a difficult goal like making it pro, you don't necessarily rise to the goal just by setting it, but you get to the goal only if you set the system that is going to get you to that goal, which means, for example, training consistently over years and years, over 10 years, and doing the right kind of training. That would be considered a system or a routine or a habit. And you rise to the level of that system. If that system is poor and you set a goal of making it pro, that doesn't mean you're gonna make it pro. If you set a system that's gonna get you to the pro level, like a quality professional system, and you stick to it for 10 years, there is a fairly good chance you are actually going to make it pro. So, also to explain what a routine is, it's a set of repeatable behaviors. That's the simple kind of definition of it, just to get it clear. A key principle is, when building your habits and a routine, is that these habits stick when they match your identity. So instead of focusing, for example, I want to be confident, or I want to be focused, I want to be more consistent. Instead of doing that, focus on identity. This means I am a confident person. I am a confident footballer. I'm someone who is consistent every single day. I'm someone who trains his mindset daily. Or I'm someone who doesn't get easily distracted. Speak to yourself this way instead of saying, I want to be confident. Because shifting your identity and kind of tying this to your identity means that it becomes automatic, because you are already that person who does it automatically. When you're a confident person, you're gonna be confident automatically. When you're a consistent person, you're gonna be able to do your habits much more easily and consistently automatically. Okay, next we have the habit loop. So what a habit loop is cue, an action, and a reward. What this means is, first, a cue is some sort of like a trigger, something that triggers the habit. Action is the habit itself, and the reward is what comes after the habit and kind of what the habit gives you. So let's say we have a habit of eating a sweet. The cue or the trigger can be getting home after training and you eat junk food. That's the action. And then you have the reward, which is the taste of it or the dopamine from it. That's the reward. This is how most negative habits and kind of routines work. They are built on giving you rewards that are viewed as something really important to your subconscious mind. Obviously, sugar and sugar is going to be very important to your subconscious mind because our ancestors didn't have that much of it, and when they got it, it was very good for them. That's why we crave junk food and sweets so much. And the same goes for example, playing video games. It's the exact same thing. We crave the reward and that's why we do it. There is also usually some kind of cue or the trigger that begins it. When you have this kind of habit, it's usually consistent. So these habits don't obviously happen randomly, but your environment can create these cues, automatic cues. Later, we're gonna be creating our own cues. That's what's the goal, to create our own cues for our own new habits and replace the old cues. So a routine means controlled cues, so that's what we're aiming for. How do you actually build a routine or a habit? So step by step. First step, start small. Small habits beat big plans. So we need the habit to be easy to start and hard to skip. So this means literally go with the minimum. If you're gonna start doing visualization and you have trouble getting new habits in, literally do 2 minutes, 2 minutes per day. Set a timer for 2 minutes and do visualization. Set a timer for 2 minutes and let's say do meditation. Very simple habits like this, extremely easy. That is difficult to skip, just 2 minutes. But that is exactly how you break out of that and kind of break out of that negative loop and kind of get into the positive one. Because when you have those 2 minutes, it's gonna be extremely easy to stretch it out to 5. And when you have stretched it out to 5, it's going to be extremely easy to stretch it out to 10 minutes. And this is how you, ladies and gentlemen, build habits. So another example would include training. When you're going to start doing individual training, literally go outside for 20 minutes. I believe everyone can find 20 minutes to kick a ball. And you can kind of make it more and more and more until you get where you want. But make sure to start small, because when you start big, it's going to be extremely difficult to stay consistent. It's going to take a lot of willpower. And That means you're going to be using up your mental energy for this. Meanwhile, you could be using it for something way important, like performing well in your trainings. And if you want to perform well in your trainings and at the same time have a difficult habits from the beginning that take up a lot of willpower, it just isn't going to work out. You're going to be lacking somewhere else. So what we're aiming for is make it as easy as possible to get started. Otherwise, there is a super high risk that you're gonna fail and you're not gonna be able to stay consistent with it. We all know that feeling when we suddenly get a lot of motivation. Yeah, it's the exact same thing with the New Year's resolution. When you set out the goal to go to the gym 3 times per week, straight up, when you've never worked out before in your life. Yeah, and it lasts 1 week, it lasts 2 weeks, and then you miss a session, and suddenly it's all gone. You stop going to the gym and wait for another New Year's Eve to set another resolution. This is bullshit. Start small. Second step of building a routine or a habit is attaching this habit to an existing action. So attach it to something you already do. Sorry, I just went to drink water. So, yes, second step of building a routine or a habit is attaching habits to existing actions or anchoring them. So, to things you already do. So, some simple examples, just to give you an idea, it's probably best to illustrate this. Let's say you brush your teeth every single morning. You have that habit. So, after brushing, just anchor the habit of, let's say you want to start doing meditation and you brush your teeth every morning already. You anchor your meditation habit to the brushing your teeth habit. So you brush your teeth in the morning and right after that you do your meditation for 5 minutes. This means anchoring it. This means attaching it to something that you already do. It's much easier because you're already in the flow of doing a habit. That's why it's much easier to just add another one to that. This is why anchoring habits works, especially to things that are already like habits that you've been doing for a long time. So let's say in the evening, you can even anchor it from the other side. So you're going to bed at a certain time, and before that, you're going to read for 20 minutes. That's anchoring the habit from the other side, so doing it before sleep, right before bed. So this is super simple. And yeah, so the third step is making it obvious. If you don't see it, you forget it. You know, routines should be visible. This means notes, reminders, checklists, environment cues. As you can see back here on my whole table, I've got so many reminders of kind of my routines and my habits and my values right back there. Here you can see a photo of me with my trophy. There you can see the trophy, the Kobe Bryant Mamba Mentality book, all of the books. It kind of triggers the emotions, the right emotions in me, and it triggers the right habits in me to be able to stay consistent and to see what I kind of have been doing and what it brings also. So this is how you trigger it. This is how you kind of make it super obvious. Another example is I have a whiteboard right there behind the camera and I write a to-do list right there. Simple, I can always see what is my next step, and I also put the time stamps there, like when exactly do I want to do it. Then I also write down my weekly objectives, same thing. I can see what I need to do, you know, it's obvious, it's visible. When it's, another kind of idea you can do, for example, if you want to go train first thing in the morning or go for a run, what you can do is put your trainers or your boots or your ball right next to your bed or on your table next to your bed. That's gonna help you kind of first thing in the morning, you're gonna notice that thing and it's gonna be much more obvious to do the habit and not forget and not get into something else. Step 4, make it easy. Remove all of the obstacles. So lower the barrier to start. This means, for example, again, let's do the same example. You want to go running in the morning. What you do is you go to bed and you prepare the clothes for the next day already and put it right next to your bed. Your running clothes. This is gonna make it extremely easy in the morning, much easier. It's gonna lower the barrier because you're not going to have to wake up, pick the clothes that you have to wear and kind of spend mental energy on that. Instead, you already have picked the clothes and you just have to put them on and that's it. The same thing goes packing early. So again, packing the evening before, it's much easier to do the thing in the morning. Another thing can be having some notes ready or an audio downloaded already that you want to use, or let's say a template open when you're planning to, for example, do some mental training. Already open that template in advance so that it's much easier to get started. And this is how you make your habits easy. Step 5, track completion, not perfection. So success means pretty much just showing up. Not how long it was or not how intense it was. The thing is, you're never gonna have a perfect streak of doing like the habit perfectly at your best level. This just doesn't happen with consistency. There are going to be so many imperfect days, and what's also going to happen, you're probably going to miss some days. The important thing is not to miss more than one in a row. That's a rule, because when you miss 2 in a row, it creates a pattern, and our brain loves patterns and it kind of loves to repeat them. And therefore it becomes a pattern and it spirals until you are out of that habit that you're trying to do. So always miss just once in a row and make sure to get that next one right. And yeah, as I said, track completion, so doing the habit every single day. Obviously strive to be at your best, but don't punish yourself if you're not perfect. Don't say to yourself, this wasn't even worth doing, when you don't do it at your, like when you don't do it perfectly and you just complete it. There are gonna be some days when you're gonna be feeling like absolute shit, and that's when you're gonna push, that's when you need to push through. And it's most likely it's not going to be your best work, but you still have to show up to keep that habit, not even to necessarily improve that day, to get something done that day, but to keep the habit going so that you're going to be able to perform and to create and to do your best work on another day more automatically and make the habit out of it. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Why routines fail. So there are a couple of reasons. First, too many habits at once. So that's the same thing as picking too long of a habit. It's very difficult for the mental energy, for the willpower, because you have a limited amount, obviously. So yeah, and your brain also gets confused. There is chaos when you set out too many habits at once. Usually start with 1 or 2, maximum 3 habits at a time, doing new ones. And once you have those, so you've been doing them for 2 to 3 weeks consistently, or maybe even shorter, but that you've been doing them actually consistently, then you can add a new habit. Second, copied routines. So when you copy a routine from someone that doesn't really fit you, from some of your role models that doesn't fit you, you see it on Instagram, it's flashy and everything, the guys are they are professionals, they are rich, and you copy their routine and it doesn't work for you. Why? Because it's not yours, it's not tailored to you. You need to create your own routine and be yourself. Then there are unrealistic time demands. That's another reason why routines fail. So when you don't give yourself enough time, you need to kind of figure out whether you're able to do things in the time that you set. For me personally, I always used to underestimate the time that something takes me, and therefore I don't do the routine or everything I had on the to-do list. What you need to do is realize this, study yourself and notice it, and kind of give yourself more time for everything that you're able to, so that you're able to actually complete those. Then there is relying on motivation. So yeah, you're not gonna have motivation all the time. There are gonna be days when you feel like shit, when you don't want to do something, but you have to push through to kind of keep that habit, as I already spoke about, and to be able to perform at your best on another day when you feel better. And the last one is quitting after breaking it once. So yeah, this is very simple. As I said, let's say you're a perfectionist. Many perfectionists have this. So they do a habit every single day, meditation. Then they have one day where they fall asleep way too long and they have to go to school. They don't have time to do a meditation, so they skip it. And then their minds tell them that now it's not worth it anymore. You haven't been able to be perfect. You haven't done what a professional would do, and that would mean every single day. So now it's not worth it to do it anymore. Do you hear how kind of dumb that sounds? So the thing you want to do instead, keep the rule that you can't miss 2 days in a row. And even if you do miss 2 days in a row because there is some kind of like unfortunate chance or you are at a really weak point, that's going to happen as well. It's probable that it's going to happen. You don't want to miss the third one. And you just got to get back into the cycle. Stop being such a perfectionist, and really kind of remind yourself that routines are supposed to be flexible and interchangeable, and you have to focus on what's in your control right now. Even after you mess up, focus on what you can do now to fix it, to still do your best. And that's probably the only way to kind of stay consistent. So yeah, routine adapts over time. They are not fixed once you set them, that they are fixed. No. These habits evolve and change. Even your own habits are going to change as you evolve, as you rise, as you become a better person, a better footballer, a better athlete. All of these routines are going to change. So first you want to get into that habit, build it, and you optimize it throughout. You can't want the perfection at the beginning. You can't wait to build a perfect habit and only then you're gonna start actually utilizing it. Start imperfect, start simple, and then you optimize. That's the only way. Write down right now, pause the video and write down how you can utilize this and where you're doing exactly this, that you're waiting for the perfect moment, for the perfect habit to start it, for the perfect situation that's never happening. Instead, start small, find a way to start small and optimize later. So there is also a link to performance with routines because they reduce decision fatigue and they free mental energy. I already kind of mentioned this as well, but when something is automatic, you don't have to use your willpower and your mental energy for it anymore. And what's great about this is you can use that mental energy for something else. For example, for performing. So, as I gave the example with the clothing, you wake up, you have to choose the clothes. That's called decision fatigue. You have to make decisions that are taking your mental energy away. And what you want to do instead is make the decision earlier so that you have a routine set in place and you're able to kind of skip that decision part and you do it on autopilot. You don't have to use any willpower and it's much more simple. And the important thing is it's gonna save your mental energy for the important things, which is performing on the field, which is being focused, which is decision making, making higher quality decisions, which is being able to execute your skills at your best. And this is obviously the goal. That's why we need routines and habits to save our mental energy for performing at our best. So, let's sum it all up. Chapter 2, all the actionable steps. So, if you're just starting out, choose 1 to 2 habits only to implement. If you're a more like advanced person, advanced footballer, advanced in mental training, you can choose more habits. For example, I'm already doing a lot of habits, obviously because I've been in the game for a long time. Apply the principles that we've been talking about and kind of how to build a routine, those steps that we went through. And important thing, test it. Adjust, don't quit. This means test what works, test what doesn't work. When it doesn't work, adjust it. Then test again. When it doesn't work, adjust it. When it works, keep it. When it doesn't work, adjust it. When it works, keep it. Extremely simple. It's test and fail and repeat. And yeah, don't quit. Stay extremely consistent that it's like, it doesn't make any sense that you would fail. Try so many times, it doesn't make any sense you would fail. If you can't make it, if you have been to professional trials and you can't make it, do it so many times, it's unreasonable for them to not take you. Let's say there is a 0.5% chance that someone is going to accept you on a professional trial, specifically you. That means to make it unreasonable to fail, go to 200 trials. That's when you're gonna succeed, when you have this kind of consistency and discipline to be able to execute this. Let me now show you a tool I've made for you, which is the habit builder. It's in the Notion template that you can kind of copy and where you can build these habits and these routines much easier. And yeah, I'll see you in the Notion. So here you just copy the link from the description. You will find it there under the name Habit Builder, and you just copy it and paste it into your browser. And here you will have this kind of page. And here I need you to click this icon, duplicate. If you don't have it like this, there will probably be 3 dots and duplicate, but look for duplicate. When you click duplicate, it will probably ask you to create a Notion account. So do that. I already have one, so I already will have it here. And here you just choose where you want to duplicate it. So usually you want to click to private. So you just add it to private. And it's right here. It's been added right here. So here we have the habit builder. And the point is you pretty much want to work on a habit. Here you write down the habit name. For example, let's do reading. Let's do an example with reading. Then you have the trigger that's going to create it. Let's say brushing teeth in the evening. So that's the trigger after which you're going to do reading. The reward is knowledge, feeling good about yourself, and calming down before bed. Quality quality measured by, so what do you measure how do you measure how well did you do the habit? So I would say we can do several things. I would do pages read, and yeah, recap. So afterwards, after you finish reading, you recap and remember what you went through. If you can remember it well, you've read it with quality and the habit has been done well. Difficulty, this depends. Choose 1 through 5. So I don't know. For some people, let's say it's 3 out of 5. And frequency, how many times per week? Let's say you want to do it every single day. Even though we should make the habit more specific, so I would do reading 10 pages. That makes more sense. So yeah, this is how you create a habit. Let's do one more example. So you just click plus new page, and you have another line here where you can create another habit. You can even, when you click this open here, you're gonna have it like this. Here you, what do we want to do? Let's say we want to start a habit of meditation. This is the way we do it. So difficulty, now it's the other way around. So difficulty, let's say 4 out of 5, frequency 5 times per week, quality measured by time undistracted, reward peaceful mental state, and trigger can be, for example, eating breakfast. So after eating breakfast, you sit down for 5 minutes and you meditate in the morning. Here you can also add any notes if you want or something. So yeah, that's it for the habit builder. Make sure to check it out down in the description, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Welcome to chapter 3, and today we're going through mindfulness. So what even mindfulness is, because some of you may not be familiar with this term, and even if you are, I want us to go through a good definition. So it's super simple. It's the awareness of the present moment, without judging it and without trying to change it immediately. So you're just in your mind, present. You can see, for example, when you're doing something, when you're cooking, you're just present, doing that, just doing the cooking, and you don't judge anything. So when a negative thought gets in there, you don't judge it. When, for example, something burns, you don't judge it. When you're mindful, you don't judge anything. And you also don't try to change it immediately. So let's say you're doing a meditation and you're trying to focus on your breath, and suddenly a thought comes in and you notice it. Mindfulness means you're not going to try to change it immediately and push it away. You just notice it and let it go. That's what mindfulness is about. So those are just some examples. Other examples more related to being on the field would be, for example, when you're doing a passing drill, all you're focusing on is the passing. Let's say the ball jumps on a bump. You don't try to judge it. You don't judge it. You don't try to change it immediately. Just stay in the present moment, notice it and let it go. That's it. So why does mindfulness matter in football? Because flow state, which is the optimal performance, it is the state where you perform at your best, it only happens in the present moment. So you have to be mindful to be present. Present moment and mindfulness are kind of synonyms. So you need mindfulness to be able to enter flow state. A common misunderstanding that there is that mindfulness means trying to stop thinking. And that's simply not true, because fighting thoughts or trying to stop thinking is not what mindfulness is, because that goes against its rules, which is going without judgment. When you are without judgment and without trying to change something immediately, you can't try to stop thinking, because thoughts are a part of the present moment that come to you. You just notice them and let them go. Or fighting thoughts, it's the same thing. Or judging yourself for being distracted. This judgment creates only more distraction. Getting distracted is also a part of the present moment. It happened. When you're mindful, you just notice it, don't judge it, don't try to change it immediately, and you let it go. That's it. So mindfulness means noticing distractions faster. That's another kind of view you can have on it, and another important thing to realize. So let's say you are in a match and you start to get negative thoughts. You start thinking, you make a mistake, like you lose the ball, and you start thinking, I'm not good enough for this. These players are better than me. The important thing is to notice the thought. Only then you can change it. Only then you can have a reaction. And have the right reaction that you want to have. That's the kind of leads you to a better performance. And mindfulness is the skill of noticing this earlier. So someone who is very good at mindfulness is going to notice it right away when he starts getting the thought. Someone who has never done mindfulness in his life, not even unintentionally or subconsciously, is going to take a lot of time to notice it. Maybe he won't even notice at all, and he will keep spiraling and performing very poorly because he gets these thoughts and he's not able to even notice them to have a better reaction. But the good news is, if you're like this, mindfulness is a skill like any other. Again, comparison with the gym. You go to the gym, you lift weights to get stronger. You sprint to get faster. The same works with mindfulness. You practice mindfulness to be able to be more mindful, to improve your mindfulness, your skill of mindfulness. And how you practice this is through mindfulness exercises, which I'm going to show you right now, but already inside the Google document, which you can also download down in the description. So with mindfulness, Google document, you again copy the link down in the description, paste it into your browser, then it will ask you to somehow save it or duplicate it. So look for that option. And yeah, so here we have the mindfulness. So ways we can actually use mindfulness. So there are practical mindfulness. These are the practical mindfulness exercises that you can use every single day, and ways to actually improve mindfulness. So first we have daily activities. What this means is you use mindfulness during daily activities there are some, like, maybe not so significant ones, like small activities like brushing your teeth, eating your meals, for example, or when you're packing somewhere. It can be whatever. And the way you use this is you pretty much stay present and focused only on the activity that you're actually doing. When you're brushing your teeth, you can be mindful in a way that you really focus on doing it well, like brushing your teeth well, and you can focus on the feeling that you have on your hand, on your teeth. You can feel the coolness of the toothpaste, and there are many things that you can feel, but it needs to be present. It needs to be in the present moment and a part of the activity. The same goes with packing. When you're packing something, focus on doing it to the best of your ability. Don't think about anything apart from that and try to stay present. Or when you're eating food, really focus on the texture of the food, on the taste of the food. We often watch stuff when eating food or do other things. It's obviously also good to speak to people when you're eating and so on. It's a great time to socialize, but if you're eating alone, it's a great idea to get in a mindfulness practice and use it in a daily activity like eating. So yeah, feel the texture, feel the taste, and so on. And this is how you do it in daily activities. So I would like you to here write down where you're actually gonna use it. So right here, write down your daily activities where you're gonna intentionally use mindfulness. Then we have meditation. This is like intended time for mindfulness. This is where you set a time apart to actually practice mindfulness. In the daily activities, you don't have to set any time apart, you just do it during your day. With meditation, you set apart a time. I use this app called Medito. I recommend it to everyone, so click the link, download it, and yeah, you will have a ton of meditations. It will guide you through how different kinds of meditations work and how to kind of improve every single day. And yeah, there is like millions, so you will definitely be able to find your style in there. So that's how you use meditation. Then this is probably my favorite out of all of these activities. I try to meditate every single day. Sometimes it doesn't work, but yeah, I would say a high percentage of days I actually use meditation. Then we have breathing. So there are actually several methods to use breathing, and breathing can be used in different situations. You can breathe like on a separate time intentionally. So take a time out of your day, the same as meditation, to do breathing exercises. Then you can use this one inside games, inside trainings, or you can pretty much use it whenever. There are different kinds of breathing. If you want to calm down and kind of, if you feel stressed and so on, this is probably my favorite. So you inhale for 4 seconds, you count 1, 2, try it out right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you hold for a small bit, and then you exhale for 6 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's important that you exhale for longer than you inhale, because that's when your heart rate actually goes down and your whole physiology calms down, your whole nervous system. So this is one for calming down. If you want to fire yourself up when you feel like lazy and bored, use this one, double inhale. What it is that you inhale fully, deeply, and then you do one small extra inhale, and then you exhale fully. And now you don't need to have a longer exhale than inhale, because we don't want to calm down, we want to like get energetic. The double inhale does that and gives us a lot of oxygen, which makes us very energetic. So you do it like this. So if you noticed, at the end of the deep breath in, I did one more inhale. And that's why it's called double inhale. This one is great to use also if you want to really get energetic. And then we have the Wim Hof method. Not sure if you've heard about this one. I definitely recommend you to check out his whole channel and the whole method, like do some research on your own on that. It's a method everybody can use. It's been used to treat different diseases, but also many athletes use it. And yeah, it's a very healthy thing. This guy, Wim Hof, invented it, and it's all related to breathing. This is probably my favorite one, the most basic one on YouTube you can find. And yeah, you pretty much sit down for, I think, around 30 minutes, 20 to 30, 15 to 30 minutes. And what you do is you take deep inhales and get a lot of oxygen in, and I think it's 30, and then you take one last inhale, exhale everything out, and hold still. When you do the 30 inhales, you're able to hold your breath after it for over 1.5 minutes, some people maybe even 2.5 minutes, so a very long time. And yeah, you repeat this for several rounds, and it's very helpful for your mind and also physically. So definitely recommend that one out. It's kind of it's very interesting. I would say it's not like anything else you will ever experience. So yeah, definitely check that out. And lastly, we have the in-game micro resets. So this means that after you make a mistake and you want to get back into the present moment, you get mindful. So you, for example, focus on your breath for a small bit of time just to get back to the present, or you focus on I don't know, how the grass feels or how the air smells. And yeah, so you can also do stuff like watching the ball, that's also being in the present moment, and so on. So yeah, the kind of the process that you use with these in-game micro resets is, first you notice. So you notice what's happening in your mind. Once you start having some negative thoughts, you drift out of the present moment. That's when you notice what's happening in your mind. That's the first step. Second, you accept it without fighting it. So you just accept that it's happening. You don't want to push it away. That doesn't work. Or force yourself to not do it. And lastly, the third step, you redirect attention back to the task. So back to something present. If you're playing football, you want to redirect it to maybe even scanning or communication or running back and so on. And yeah, so you use these 3 steps, and that's how you do a micro reset inside of a game when you start drifting away or even after a mistake and so on. So these are all of the activities you can use mindfulness in. I definitely recommend you to apply mindfulness every single day. I personally prefer to do meditation every single day. These are also non-negotiable, so the in-game micro resets and daily activities, definitely recommend that as well. I use breathing only occasionally, but yeah, for sure, the actionable step for today is to meditate every single day. That's gonna be one single habit that's gonna make probably the biggest difference overall. So yeah, that's what I would recommend, and yeah, I'll see you in the next chapter. So we have another chapter, chapter 4. Today is visualization. Visualization or mental rehearsal, also called that. Some could call it imagination as well. It's training without touching the ball. The advantages of it, let's start with that, are no physical load. So you can train while getting no physical load, which is perfect for footballers who are trying to perform at their best during matches when they have to be very rested. And let's say some footballers even have 2 matches per week. That means they get almost no time to do any individual training. And this is exactly what visualization is for. And it's great news because you're able to do visualization without any training load whatsoever. Only mental load, but no physical training load. And you're able to improve your skills. And not only those, I'll show you everything you can improve. So why does visualization work? The brain doesn't fully separate real and imagined reps. So when you imagine an action clearly, the brain activates the same motor areas as real movement, the same timing circuits, and the same coordination pathways. Your body doesn't move, but your brain fires the exact same pattern in your brain, which builds those connections, and these neural pathways get stronger through repetitions. Skills improve when neural connections are repeated. Physical training, when you train normally, when you do wall passing, when you do training, means a strong signal. Visualization is a lighter signal, so it's less effective, obviously. Otherwise, we would all just be sitting at home visualizing, and we wouldn't have to train physically at all. But yeah, it's a lighter signal, but it still counts and it can add to your normal training. As I said, it has the great advantage of having no physical load. And this is why some injured players still improve, because players who visualize during injury lose less skill, obviously, and some of them even come back sharper in timing and confidence because they've done so many reps over being injured, so many mental reps, that they feel more confident than before, that they have better timing, better decision making. It's simple. Another part is emotions respond as if it was real. So visualization also activates emotional centers. Your heart rate can change, attention can rise or calm down when it depends on what you're visualizing. Let's say you're visualizing some terrible accident or something like horrific. Obviously your heart rate is going to go up, your tension is going to rise. But when you visualize some calm mountain or a calm lake, obviously you're going to calm down. Okay, so there are actually 3 types of visualization. First, skills visualization. Second, decision-making visualization. And third is emotional visualization. Now we're going to go through each one by one. So first we have skills visualization. What it is. So this is pretty much technical skills, that motor skills that you visualize. So it can be passing, dribbling, finishing, simple things you want to improve at. Even goalkeeper, like handling the ball or making a good save. These are skills visualizations that actually improve your skill. As simple as that. It builds trust in execution, so you pretty much trust yourself more, so you build confidence through skills visualization. And it's the same as just practicing the skill over and over again, but it has kind of like, as I said, it has a bit of a lower effect than when you actually do it physically. So yeah, when you master a skill, obviously your brain already knows the move before you do it. How do you do it right? So these are some rules that you need to use. First person view, so looking through your actual eyes. Real speed. The thing is, you can start slow. When you can't visualize it at full speed, start slow and progressively move up until you can do it at real speed. This is very important to learn to do it at real speed and practice it at real speed, because otherwise you're learning pretty much a different skill. Slowing it down is only good if you want to break down the technique, when you're unsure of something and you want to discover it and kind of break it down to smaller parts. That's when you want to slow it down. Feel the body movement, so make it super vivid. This means really feel your foot touching the ball. Really feel your feet touching the ground. Really feel yourself breathing the air. Make it as real as possible, and that's when the visualization has the best effect. And also make it short and specific, so don't make it like passing, but make it specific passing. So let's say you're a defensive midfielder, so you make it short passes under pressure in the center of midfield. Very simple. And another part you want to do with this one, you want to do a lot of reps. You want to repeat. You can even do it fast. Because, yeah, as I said, a single repetition doesn't have such an effect, but when you do it again and again and again and again, that's when it has the best effect. When you can use this one, you can use this daily to improve your skills. Let's say it's very similar to just practice, like actual physical practice. So every single day, whenever you feel like it. And it can also be used to activate your skills before a session. So you come, like you're going on your way to the session, and you do a little motor skills visualization to activate your skills and to be like kind of more ready with your mind. It's going to be much easier after that to actually perform those skills that you've visualized. So that's skills visualization. Second, decision-making visualization. What it is? Simple visualizing, making decisions, and speed of play, to work on speed of play and to work on kind of game IQ. Why it matters? Obviously, football is a decision speed game. Faster decisions means you have more time, and when you have more time, you can have better execution. You're gonna have better execution. So you're gonna perform better. Simple. How do you do it? Imagine real game situations. So specific real game situations, let's say you're a striker, so making a curved run in behind and receiving a ball, for example, and deciding whether you're gonna go one-on-one with the keeper, whether you're gonna pass it, or whether you're gonna take it to the line and cross it over. Or if you're a winger and you're 1v1, deciding whether you're going inside or outside based on the situation and what it looks like. Those kind of decisions. So you have to see multiple options and choose the best one and see the outcome. Another important part is, again, make it at real speed. This one, don't use slow motion at all. Use real speed. We're not here to be hyper-focused on the skills. We're here to focus on the decision. So real speed and make it extremely vivid. Again, that is still important. Common mistake players do is they visualize only the perfect situation, so that the surroundings are perfect, the environment is perfect, and that's when it works out the best for them. But what you need to do is let your kind of mind create the chaos in it. Like, have an unexpected player come out, because that's also going to happen in the game. Don't make it so perfect, the situations. Add the chaos. Like, slow down the time that you have. Make the players against you faster. Make the players against you more physical. Let's say there is a player you didn't see before. And add these little twists to make it more chaotic and to be able to react even better, because that's going to happen in the game. There is never going to be a perfect situation. Instead, you're going to have these chaotic situations, and there are always going to be things that you don't expect. And last and third, my favorite out of these three is the emotional visualization. What it is you visualize your reactions to certain situations that you struggle with. You visualize better reactions in game, in training, in normal life. So let's say the most common example is making a mistake, and you visualize the reaction after that. Another situation can be being judged, feeling like you're judged. Another situation can be hiding from the ball. What you do is you visualize a better reaction in the moment, figure out the better reaction and visualize it. So why this is super huge is your mental state decides whether your skills show up. Stress shuts down creativity and decision speed. When you're under high stress, you're not able to make fast decisions and you're not able to be creative. That's why we can see the best players, the best wingers, the most creative players in the world being so relaxed and calmed down. Like, look at Lamine Yamal, look at Neymar, look at Ronaldinho. They are always having fun on the field. That's what allows them to be so creative and to be able to decide so quickly. How it works? Imagine a challenging situation, as I've mentioned a couple of examples. Notice the emotion and thoughts. Actually live it vividly, this is crucial. Notice the emotion you are feeling in that situation that has happened to you. And yeah, remember all of the emotions and the thought you got. So, for example, when you are afraid of receiving the ball and you're hiding away, you might be feeling fear, you might be feeling worry, you might be feeling judgment, and you really need to feel these emotions. And you might get thoughts like, I'm gonna mess up if I get the ball. If I hide from the ball and don't get it, I will be safe. And these kind of thoughts. And then you do the reset, get a better reaction, and yeah, practice responding the way you want. And again, make it vivid. Visualize the new emotions, the new reaction, everything how it felt. In this one, it's most important to focus on the emotions and thoughts, not so much on the physical sensations, so on the grass, on the ball, but more so on the emotions and on the thoughts. So with the visualization Google document, again, copy the link, paste it to your browser, and there look for an option to duplicate it, copy it, and try to kind of get access. So yeah, as we already spoke about, we have the 3 types of visualization. The key principles for visualization are written here. So clarity over length. So rather have one focus and make it very clear, rather than having a long visualization where you focus on different kind of things and then it's not as specific and clear. Simple over complex, that's the same thing. Make it very simple, focus on one skill at a time rather than making it super complex and make it like you dribble like 10 players and then have a top bins shot. That doesn't really work well and doesn't improve you much. Realistic over perfect. So again, take your matches as an example. Don't try to make it at like Premier League speed. Make it realistic to you. And yeah, that's much better than making it perfect like Champions League final and that the speed is like the speed you have never played in your life. And then we have consistency over intensity. So yeah, it's much better to 5 minutes of visualization per day for months than to do 20 minutes of visualization every Saturday. It's very intense and kind of you get a lot of done. You feel like you get a lot of done, but it's not consistent. It doesn't build a real habit and so on. It's not a very good thing. Then obviously real speed. So take the speed from your matches and make it very real. And yeah, match the speed. It's not very good. It's not very good to do it slow down only when you're learning the skills with the skills visualization. Otherwise, it needs to be real speed. Otherwise, it's useless. Not exactly useless, but not as useful as when you do real speed. And obviously, the last rule, the most important one, make it as vivid as possible. Feel everything. Feel the emotions. Feel the physical sensations. Feel the sounds. Everything that you can feel. Actually, try to feel it. Obviously, in skills, you want to focus on the physical senses. Decision making, you want to focus on the positioning of everyone around you, so like visual senses. And emotional, you want to mainly focus on the emotions and how you feel. That's super important to make it vivid. Here you have a link to guided visualizations that I've prepared for you. So yeah, open the link here, check it out. There are guided visualizations and also a guided meditation if you're interested, but for that I would recommend you to use Medito rather. But yeah, guided visualizations, these 3 kinds, skills, emotional, decision making, they are all 5 minutes long, around 5 minutes long. So use those whenever you need. And then if you want to create your own guided visualization, I recommend it to everyone because this one is very general. Kind of if you don't really want to make it super specific. And this is how I created my own guided visualization. So I put this into ChatGPT, literally, help me make a script for my own custom guided visualization. I want to do it daily. I want it to be around 5 minutes long, and I want to record it myself, and I want to focus on visualizing match situations, mostly finishing, 1v1s, driving with the ball, runs, and a bit of quality first touch and shielding the ball. I'm a left winger, so my usual situations to score as many goals and create as many chances as I can. So this is a more general visualization as well. It's not focused only on skills, only on decision making, or only on emotional. I prefer to use this one as I right now I'm not focusing on a single skill that I'm trying to improve or on a single decision. I want to combine it and kind of want it to improve on the whole left winger position together, because it was a new position for me, and it still is a new position for me, and I really want to get used to it, and that's why I use this one to kind of get familiar with this like normal usual situations. And yeah, make your specifics. You can make it however long you want. Ask him to also put timestamps, and then what you do is you open it on one device, open another device where you voice record, and then literally just guide yourself by the timestamps and speak the script. That's it. Then you can listen to it. So here you can copy this. Help me make a script for my own custom guided visualization. I want to do it daily. I want it to be around X minutes long. I want to record it myself, and I want to focus on visualizing. You explain everything here that you want to focus on visualizing. I'm a position, so you write your position. So my usual situations too, and yeah, you write your goal again that you want to do. So that's how you create your own guided visualization. I would recommend everyone to kind of do that and rather use your own guided ones rather than specific, rather than very general ones, because everyone is different. You need to work on different things than other people and so on. So yeah, that's it for this chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the next chapter. This one is about self-talk. So let's start with the kind of definition, or just to explain what it is. It's the voice running in your head during training and matches, or even during daily situations, but we're going to focus on training and matches and football situations. It's always there. The important thing is, when we want to use self-talk efficiently, it's not positive thinking. We don't want to focus on thinking positively. We want to have a different kind of self-talk that's going to be more analytical, objective, rather than strictly positive. Because in the end, your mind knows what's true and what's not, more or less. And when you lie to yourself, it simply doesn't work. Fake it till you make it doesn't work with self-talk. So self-talk is constant internal commentary. They are instructions, judgments, and reactions. So whenever something happens, you speak to yourself in your mind. And you give yourself instructions, you judge yourself, or judge the situation around you, and you react to the situation that happened. It happens automatically 99% of the time. Obviously, because we're not focused on it, and it happens subconsciously. So the brain follows language. That is the reason why self-talk matters, because words shape your attention and where it goes. So when you hear some words, someone says to something, let's say someone says, air. You're gonna focus on the air. Or when someone screams like fire, you're gonna focus and try to find the fire. It directs your attention. The words you say to yourself work the same way. And obviously attention shapes the behavior you do. So what you focus on, that's what you're gonna do. That's how you're gonna perform. That's how good you're going to be. So your brain also treats the inner words that you say to yourself like commands, not just opinions, but it treats them like when you say to yourself, don't be scared. Imagine that someone let's say your teacher would say the same thing to you, like a command. So let's say you're in a situation and your teacher says to you, don't be scared. Is that going to be helpful for you or not? Usually not, because this is like really commanding self-talk and you can't really control being scared whenever you want. And then it feels really pointless and frustrating when someone says to you, don't be scared, but doesn't tell you how. And that's where we need to use different types of self-talk. So the self-talk also obviously affects the nervous system. When there is threat language, so for example that don't be scared or watch out or stop making mistakes, stop being stupid, then the tension rises in your nervous system. You become more nervous, there is more stress, more pressure, and it affects you in all different ways. Then the other kind of self-talk is task language, where you focus on the task, you tell yourself what to do, so something that is in your control, that's very important. So let's say you're in the same situation, you're on the field, you've made some mistakes, and the thing you can say to yourself is focus on scanning properly. That's much better self-talk because it's it's focused on something you can control, and it brings the calmness and control to your nervous system. It's the exact same situation, but a completely different response just because of a few words you've said to yourself in your mind. So there are three types of self-talk. There is descriptive self-talk, that means describing the situation around you, like for example, the sky is blue. Then there is instructional self-talk, so you say to yourself instructions, for example, as I said, scan your surroundings. And then there is the judgmental self-talk, which is stop making mistakes, stop being so stupid, why are you doing this? Why is this happening to me? That's judgmental self-talk. So first, descriptive self-talk, let's go a little bit more in depth. So it's simply stating what's happening. There is no emotion and no judgment. So literally the situation around you is neutral. Every situation is neutral that you go through, and only you give it meaning. And through descriptive self-talk, you just describe it for what it really is. So as I said, it can be sky is blue, or when you see a car and it's red, you just say the car is red. Or just to give a more specific footballing example, let's say you're in a game and you get a red card. So descriptive self-talk could be like, your team gets a red card. The descriptive self-talk could be, now we're playing just 10 against 11. We have to change our strategy. That could be a descriptive. We are going to play more defensively. Or we are going to change our formation. That's just descriptive. And the reason this helps is because you don't give it emotion. And you kind of see it more objectively, and you're able to judge it from afar away. And way more objectively, you don't give it that emotion that affects you. And that's why you are able to stay in control, stay present, and therefore play at your best. Then we have the instructional self-talk. This one is the most important for footballers. So again, examples. We're in a football game. And you're making mistakes. I've already said this example. And you say to yourself, focus on the ball. That's instructional, because you can actually focus on the ball on watching the ball. Or take a deep breath. Instructional self-talk. You take a deep breath. Or let's say you have a chance, you don't score it, and the next action has already started. And you say to yourself, run back, defend. That's instructional, simply instructional. No emotions, no kind of affecting you negatively. You just say to yourself something that you're supposed to do, something that you want to do, and then you execute it. It gives the brain direction. That's the reason it really works, because our brain obviously loves to be directed and loves to be in control, and kind of our brain loves when there are rules around us, and that's why it loves when you give it direction. Then it works the proper way it's supposed to, when there is not chaos and you give it direction. The key rules for instructional self-talk is keep it short, make it super specific, and make it usable during movement. So for example, let's say when you're in the game and you make a mistake, you're not going to start analyzing like why did you make the mistake, like what technical error you made, or let's say you are really you have a terrible reaction after making a mistake. You're not going to start analyzing like where did that reaction come from, what belief does it stem from, and so on. You need to make it usable during movement. That's why right there you're going to focus on something you can do. So for example, scanning or communication, you're going to refocus into the present moment, and that's much better self-talk that you can use, and it's usable during movement. The reason analyzing beliefs in the moment isn't usable during movement is because you have to focus on all of the other stuff happening in the game. You can't just like take your attention away. The game needs all of your attention, so keep it there. And lastly, we have the judgmental self-talk. What it is, so labels. So for example, labeling yourself, I'm an idiot, after you make a mistake or something. Emotional reactions, so you make a mistake again, or you for example miss an empty goal and you start screaming or whatever. And lastly, identity-based thinking. That's also judgmental self-talk. Some examples for that are so you lose the ball and you say to yourself, I'm the one who loses the ball easily. Or I have terrible technical control. This very focused on identity, on your identity, on who you are. And you can't attack yourself through your self-talk. That's why the judgmental self-talk isn't really helpful, because it shifts focus to the self. And we really love to protect our own self, and we obviously don't want to have it hurt. And that's why we don't want to focus on the self, but we want to focus on the outside when we're in a game. It also obviously increases tension, and it slows reaction time. Those are some symptoms when you use the judgmental self-talk. So the goal of self-talk is actually to reduce noise, so to reduce the chaos inside of your head, and to be able to be calm, to be still, to be composed, and reduce everything else. Also to increase clarity, so that's why we have the instructional self-talk, so that we can increase the clarity on what we're focusing on right now. And then we have staying task focused, which means staying present. Staying task focused means staying focused only on the task at hand. So when you're running inside of a game, again, I'm going to use the same example with scanning because I think it's super good for this. Focusing on the task, so focusing on the scanning, on turning your head, on watching, having the awareness. And you need to focus only on that. You can't also focus on the fans, what the fans are screaming, on what your coach is screaming, what your teammates are expecting of you, what your brother is expecting of you, that you're gonna perform, score a hat-trick or whatever, or for what you had on breakfast. That's away from the task, and that means your attention, there is gonna be less attention on the task, on the scanning, and you're gonna do it way worse. You're not gonna be able to stay present and do it at your best ability. So staying task focused allows us to stay present, and when we're present, that's the only way we can enter flow state, which is the optimal performance state, and it's the only state where you're able to perform at your best. So you need clear instructions. Only then you're gonna play at your best. These can also be written down before a game, for example, and you just keep them in the back of your mind. You don't have to necessarily focus on them, but your self-talk needs to be inspired by them and kind of done in a similar manner. So that's why we need clear instructions, and this is how we achieve them. So now I'm going to show you the self-talk builder, and yeah, I'll see you there. So again, you just copy the link down in the description, paste it into your browser. Here you click this icon, duplicate. It duplicates into your Notion, and you select where you wanna kind of edit it. You probably already duplicated the previous one, so you don't have to sign up anymore. It doesn't work for some reason right now. Okay, anyways, I have it right here, so I'm just gonna do it on this example. It's gonna duplicate. You just choose private like right here, and it's gonna duplicate in here. So here we have the self-talk builder. This is the tool I use with my athletes that I work with one-on-one, and yeah, it's a tool to kind of understand your thoughts better and create a new, better plan. So we also call this creating better loops, because every single negative thought, when you have self-talk and it's negative, it's a loop, because you get the thought, it makes you feel a certain way, you get certain emotions, and that makes you do a certain behavior. When you do that behavior, it creates another thought and another emotion and a behavior again, and this is a loop. If it's a negative, if it's a negative thought, it's going to create a negative emotion, which is going to create negative behaviors that are going to create more negative thoughts, and so on and so on. So it is a loop you can get easily stuck in and kind of spiral. So I have a quick example. Let's say you have a thought, I am not good enough, and it makes you feel lost, frustrated, sad, and disappointed. The important thing is, how do you even find out what thought you get and how does it make you feel? So after a match, or after training, or during your individual session, whenever you get a negative thought, you need to notice it and write it down. And also the same thing with emotions. Write them down, how it makes you feel, and so on. Some people maybe you are able to remember it, but maybe if you're not, I recommend you to write it down always after trainings and matches. And yeah, the way you notice it is by practicing mindfulness. That's all that is going to help you notice thoughts easier. Mindfulness, especially meditation. So we have these specific examples: I'm not good enough, and lost, feeling lost, frustrated, sad, and disappointed. Now you figure out a better view. You need objective evidence for and against the better view. So the better view I created is, I'm here to improve, I'm improving every day. So that's the better view. And now for that, so what supports this better view? I'm on the field daily, I have a quality lifestyle. Those are some examples. You can write down as many as you need. And then you have evidence against this being true. I haven't seen improvement in a while. I'm still worse than my teammates who don't work as hard. So it's objective evidence for and against. We need to make it as objective as possible, because that's the only thing that's going to allow it to be, for our mind to really trust it and yeah, objectively kind of, your subconscious sees it objectively. And yeah, when we have this evidence, that's the only way to actually convince the subconscious that yeah, this is actually true. Then you create a new thought. Michael is here to be the best he can, and do the best he can do. So there are two things I want you to notice. First is this new thought that we're creating is connected to this better view. And we need it to be something practical that we can remember. Right now I would make it even more simple. So even just Michael is here to be the best he can. That's it. Or Michael is here to do the best he can do. I like that. So to do the best he can do. Or to do the best he can. Okay. And the other thing is, why am I using the name Michael and not I am here? So this is a very good tool you can also use, and many elite athletes use, is using a third point view perspective. So you kind of view yourself from a third perspective and call yourself by your name rather than saying I. And that way you disassociate from the situation and you stop attaching your worth and your identity much easier. So that's why you use the name, you use your name, and it's kind of like saying advice to your friend rather than attaching it that me, I am here, and attaching it to the self and to the identity and to the worth. So that's why it's great to use the third person. And yeah. And lastly, you write down the benefits of the new thought. So less anxiety, higher confidence, being in the present moment, entering the zone of flow, consistency, and so on. So this is just one example. You can do it with as many as you want. Right here, I recommend you to work on only one at a time. So once you have this kind of new loop in the self-talk builder, make sure to practice it with visualization and also apply it into match. So use emotional visualization to practice this. Imagine the exact scenario and the thought you get and how it makes you feel, and then use the new thought and with it associate the better view and also obviously the benefits and so on. But focus on using the new thought. You can use the third person if you want, and that's it. So the actionable steps for this chapter, it's simply to start working on some of the loops that have been troubling you and that you need to work on. So see you in the next chapter. Welcome to the 6th chapter, and this one is all about journaling. So I'm going to explain the role of it in mental training, in working on your mind, in the whole role of football, how it can affect you, how it can help you, and pretty much why you should definitely use it. So first, the importance of journaling. So us footballers obviously have a lot to worry about. It's definitely not only footballers, also everyday people. I think everyone should use it, but I'm gonna focus only on footballers for the sake of this free course. So yes, focusing on the kind of thoughts that you get and on overthinking. So as footballers, as I said, overthink a lot. We have so much going on, we have so much stress on us in all situations. We have to focus on getting a new club every season. Some footballers have to focus on that, on being able to stay stable in the club, keeping up the level every single week throughout the year, maybe apart from 3 to 4 months, 2 to 4 months, where we have to keep focus every single week to be able to perform week in, week out, to be able to keep our living, be able to make money, to be able to actually keep the place on our team. There is way less stability than anywhere else. That creates incredible amounts of stress. And this stress kind of shows in overthinking. It gives us very difficult situations that don't seem so difficult to other people because we only play a sport, we play a children's game. They obviously don't know what it means to us footballers and how it can affect a person when you're going through something like this. And this is where journaling becomes very useful. When we're able to journal and put the thoughts on paper, we're able to put it out of our head and onto paper. I know it sounds like I'm talking some kind of fantasy or something, but in reality it kind of works this way. Because when you write down some of your negative thoughts, this is the simplest thing you can do, like throw it on paper, write 2 pages full of text, and it clears your mind so much, because your mind kind of feels like, and it works that way, that it doesn't have to hold it anymore and keep the thoughts. That it subconsciously realizes that you don't have to hold it inside of yourself, and you can literally open the journal and read it whenever. And that's why putting stuff on paper, putting stuff on a whiteboard is so useful. And obviously I recommend it to everyone who can do that, and I think everyone can do this one. So that's the importance. And yeah, there are obviously a ton of drills, but I've chosen 3, the 3 most important that I want to show you, and that I use pretty much on a weekly basis. And these are probably the most useful, and they cover kind of everything that you need. So we have 3 drills. We have the daily check-in, we have gratitude, and we have worst scenarios. I'm gonna explain each one in depth in a bit. So just to explain what it kind of is, a daily check-in is simply writing how your day went and that's exactly what I said, throwing your thoughts onto paper at the end of the day to clear your mind and to be able to go to sleep with a clear mind. Or if you do this in the mornings, to be able to start the day with a clear mind, but I personally prefer this in the evenings because, yes, I love to have a clear mind when going to bed, so that I can have a clear mind when waking up and I can straight up get into my routine. Gratitude is extremely important as well. It is pretty much just writing down what you're grateful for. I'm going to explain later why that's so important, even though it sounds super simple, but it's very helpful. And then we have worst scenarios. I'm going to explain that more in depth as well, but it's pretty much about writing down the worst scenarios that can happen in the future and writing down your reactions that you want to have. So you kind of control every single scenario that could happen. And when you're prepared for the worst scenarios, you're then prepared for pretty much every scenario. And yeah, it addresses your worst kind of fears that could happen, and it kind of stops you from worrying so much. It decreases stress, decreases nervousness, because you're ready for it. You've analyzed it, and you know that you can survive even the worst scenario and that you're gonna be okay. And yeah, so see you in the Google document where I'm gonna show you more. You can obviously download the Google document down below in the description, so check it out. There are the templates for the different things, for the different drills, and yeah, see you there. So here we have the 3 drills. You can obviously find this down in the description, this Google document. The first drill is daily checkup. It's extremely simple, just at the end of the day, or you can also do it in the morning, but I prefer to do it in the evening much rather. You just open your journal and you write down what kind of happened throughout the day, how you felt, how you managed certain situations, and overall, like, how the day went, what did you want to be different, and so on and so on. Just put your thoughts out on the paper. The benefits of this are that you actually can view it much more objectively later on. You can read through it and see where you were, and also you can you put your thoughts out of your mind, and it allows you to be much more free and not overthink as much, and be able to go to bed easier and fall asleep faster. So let's write down a quick daily checkup. So I'm just gonna write honestly about today. So yeah, today was a solid day of working on my business and on this free course and recording for this free course. I enjoyed spending time with my friends as well. I would have loved to get in a workout, gym slash juggling session, but there was just no space today. There was just no space today. Okay. I'm still injured, going through my rehab, doing my rehab consistently. I'm excited to get this free course out and also get it off my chest, off my shoulders. Yes, and I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited for tomorrow as I will spend time with my friends and also get in a juggling session as well. I should also be able to finish the free course. And yeah, so that's the daily checkup. Just an example, just you saw it live. And yeah, so that's all the daily check-in or checkup is about. And yeah, now we have gratitude. So gratitude isn't about being nice or positive, it's about where your attention goes. What you focus on gets reinforced. So obviously if you focus on negative things are going to get reinforced. If you focus on positive things, on things you're grateful for, such things are going to get reinforced. So gratitude seems like such a simple kind of thing. Just to define it, it's just reminding yourself of things you're grateful for and realizing them. And yeah, so what it actually does is it shifts attention from lack of something to stability. So let's say right now you lack excitement. It shifts attention to stability and what you're grateful for. It also reduces threat mode in the brain. So the mode you have when you are under threat. It also makes pressure feel more manageable, and more or less it builds quiet confidence over time because you're more and more satisfied and you realize that your life isn't so bad overall and it's actually nice. So yeah, the brain is wired biologically through our ancestors to scan for problems and to look for them because it was extremely useful for survival, because we were always looking for ways that we could injure ourselves or die, obviously. And when we looked for those problems, it was much less likely that we were actually going to get injured or die. But for performance, it's obviously not optimal to look for problems. In today's world especially, it's much better to be grateful, to enjoy it, and to be in a positive mental state. So gratitude interrupts constant problem scanning, and it tells the nervous system, I am safe enough. Safety, when you feel safe on the field, you get better decisions, your body is much calmer and relaxed, and yeah, your overall performance improves. Also, gratitude doesn't equal ignoring problems. The important distinction is gratitude does not mean pretending things are good. It's just noticing those good things and realizing how good they are. It's not pretending that there is only good. It's just noticing the good that there is. And there is always things to be grateful for. So, yeah, some examples of gratitude are obviously, one second. So, yeah, some examples of gratitude are being grateful for your family, being grateful for handling the mistake in training well, being grateful for spending time with your dog, being grateful for it being sunny outside. It can be anything super extremely small, but that makes you grateful and happy. So obviously it also helps being under pressure, because it lowers the stress, it lowers your focus on the negative things that actually create the pressure, and it makes you realize that why are you so stressed and pressured when you are actually playing the sport of your life that you love, and that you're able to be on the field, and that you're able to be healthy and not injured, and so on. There are so many things to be grateful for when you're able to play football. So why bother yourself with pressure and like feeling threatened? Common mistakes people make with gratitude: one, forcing positivity, so forcing that some stuff is positive even though it wasn't. And second, writing the same generic things every day. It's important you don't do that. Make it specific, extremely specific situations. If you do that, it will never be generic and same every day. So, when can you do it? I personally do it every single day in the morning. Let me show you my journal. And yeah, I use it as a great tool to kind of realize what I'm grateful for. And yeah, so this is my new journal. I just started it like last week, and yeah, it's been just recent gratitude entries. Every single day I write these lines you can see on the screen, and I will explain them in a second. So the actionable steps are actually doing the gratitude every single day. It's a tool every footballer should be doing. First line, you have 5 lines in your journal. First, you write down a person you're grateful for and the reason. You can just think of the reason. Something that happened yesterday is the second line. Something that happened today is the third line. Fourth line is something small, so super tiny, that seems insignificant. And lastly, something extra. Whatever you want to add, just write it down. Always connect the emotion of actually being grateful for it and realize why are you grateful for this specific thing. That's gonna actually give it depth. When you're not sure, ask yourself this question: what worked, supported me, or helped me today, even slightly? Simple question. And yeah, that's what you can use for gratitude. And lastly, we have the worst scenarios worst scenarios drill and a journaling exercise. So how can you use this one? Why should you use this one? So the reason it works is that you prepare for the worst. All you do pretty much is you write down the worst scenarios and you kind of figure out with solutions to solve them. So let's say you do this for the upcoming week. That's how I use it. On the weekend, you write down all of the worst scenarios that could realistically happen during the upcoming week. And you kind of come up with the ways you could deal with them. And when you're prepared for the worst scenarios and how you would deal with them and keep the right mindset with them, then you're prepared for every single better scenario that could happen. So even every single bad scenario. And this makes you prepare for every single scenario, and it makes it much easier to keep your emotional control and to stay in control of your life overall. This is why it works, and yeah, it's a great tool. I would say it's super underrated. My own experience is I've been using this and it's been extremely helpful. Like, it has really helped me when I was afraid of something and really stressed before an event, and I made the worst scenarios for it. I became much calmer. It took the pressure off me, and it kind of freed up my mind for the whole week. That made me perform better, feel better, and kind of, yeah, enjoy life more. So all of the positive benefits you could want. So some benefits right now. So yeah, obviously lowered pressure, obviously higher confidence because you're ready, you feel like you're ready, lower anxiety, better consistency because you're now not overthinking, so also stopping overthinking, and so on and so on. I could go on. Some examples include, let's say you have a tournament on the weekend, next weekend. The worst scenario could be getting out in the first round, getting, for example, being benched and playing only 5 minutes. Or it could be getting injured within the first half. Or it could be losing and playing like very poorly. That could be the worst scenario. Whatever it is for you, pretty much describe the scenario right here. So let's say we do playing a tournament and losing badly, or let's say that we win, but I don't play well. I underperform, don't feel satisfied with my performance. The thoughts and emotions you will feel in that situation, you write that down. So let's say frustration, disappointment, it can even be sadness, I would say. Judgment from others, and some thoughts as well, like I'm not good enough, etc. So you get these, and reaction you will have, you just write down a reaction you will have to such situations. So it could be reflecting on the tournament, reflecting on the performance, analyzing it, focusing on next week, focusing on next week and getting better. Yeah, that's a simple reaction you can have. So this is how you do worst scenarios. And these are the 3 most important drills for journaling. We actually have these in the Notion template in the Elite Mentality System, so the program I work with my footballers in. You have this whole improvement journal where you can create an entry for every single day. And here you have the different kind of the different drills you can do. So there is match summary, we're gonna get it later in the free course as well. But yeah, you have the daily improvement where you obviously have gratitude, daily wins, and the checkup. Daily wins will also be included later. Then you also obviously have the worst scenarios. And yeah, you have the table here. And you have the whole journal so that you don't have to do anything. You just fill it up and you use the drill with quality. Yeah, so the actionable steps for this chapter is to start your own physical or digital journal. I recommend everyone to have a journal, every single footballer. I would say that's key. Another actionable step is do gratitude daily. Do check-ins whenever you feel like it. You can do it daily, but obviously you don't have to whenever you have a lot on your mind and you kind of feel busy before bed. And lastly, worst scenarios weekly. You don't have to do it, but I would recommend you to do worst scenarios on a weekly basis. If you want, you can change up the frequency. And yeah, that's it for this chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to another chapter, and this one is on goal setting. Let's start with a quick clip of Antoine Semenyo speaking about how he sets his goals.
Every year I write my goals.
Then you got 10, 16 last year, and you got 9 already. Only Haaland's got more than you.
Yes.
What are you doing to make that improvement? Is it the manager? Is it yourself? Is it good self-awareness? I know you keep a journal. How does that work? Explain that to me.
So yeah, the journal, every year I write my goals. Like what I want to do. I want to always do better than what I've done in previous seasons. But yeah, I set a challenge for myself this year. I said I really want to push this year.
What was in your journal this year in terms of goals and assists and what you wanted to achieve?
Double figures goals, double figures assists was definitely up there. I think passing the ball at the right time, shooting at the right times is important and key for me. So yeah, I'll say those are the main ones.
What would you be happy with this season?
15 goals would be great.
I'm sure you'll achieve all your goals, and that journal's going to get more full every single day.
So I'm glad we went through that, and I hope you took something from the clip and realized like why it's so important and how the best athletes in the world use it. He's obviously one of the, if you don't know who he is, he plays for Bournemouth. He is linked very closely to Manchester City right now, to joining them in January or in the summer, but maybe by the time you're watching this, he's already there. And yeah, he's one of the best wingers in the whole Premier League, which is the best league in the world. So let's start with why most goal setting fails. So players set goals that sound good, but they don't guide daily behavior. So you set a goal to make it pro, but that's it. You don't say to yourself what you should do on a daily basis to be able to actually achieve that goal. Some other examples include play at a higher level. What does that mean? Like what level you want to play at? What do you have to do every single day? Or be more confident. How are you going to achieve that? What are you going to do on a daily basis to become more confident? And how confident do you want to be? These are extremely vague. They sound very good, obviously, but they are super vague and not specific. And there is no kind of way to actually get to them, only by luck if you don't set specific kind of ways to get there. So the goal of having or setting goals is to tell you what matters right now, guide how you train and play, and reduce overthinking. So what does that mean? Tell you what matters right now. it tells you that you shouldn't focus on making it pro, that you shouldn't be anxious that you haven't made it pro yet, but you should be focused on your very next step, which is, for example, performing week in, week out. So it makes you focus on what matters right now, which is the game, the next game on the weekend, instead of focusing on why haven't I made it pro yet, and being extremely stressed from that, anxious, and that completely affects your performance. Second, it's made to guide how you train and play. So when you set out a specific plan to get to a certain goal, that's when you're able to give your best and kind of know how you need to train to achieve that goal, how you need to play to achieve that goal. It gives you direction. And lastly, reduce overthinking. That's connected to not thinking about too big goals and kind of maybe even when you don't have any goals set, you're going in no direction and you might be overthinking. Do I want this? Do I want this? Do I want this? When you have a clear path, there's much more clarity, calmness and composure. There are two types of goals, outcome goals and process goals. Let's start with outcome goals. So outcome goals are results you can't fully control. So for example, making it pro, or for example, becoming the top scorer of your team, or becoming the top scorer in the league, or being the best player on the field. These are important for direction, but they are very dangerous if you're going to focus on them. It's much more useful to split these big goals into smaller process goals. Process goals are some things that are in your control and that you're able to focus on right now and that you're able to do and control yourself. So the best way is to set big outcome goals and then use the process goals to kind of split the path into some steps and then focus on those small steps. And the outcome goal only gives you direction on what you want to achieve. But you're not focused on achieving that, you're focused on the process goals themselves. So as I said, process goals are actions you fully control. So some examples are when you want to be the best player in the field, what do you have to achieve? You have to be a great communicator, you have to be able to have a great awareness, you have to, what else can you control? You have to give 100% effort at all times, you have to keep your body language with quality. These are all things that are under your control, that you're able to control, and you can focus on them. So process goals are what you execute and outcomes are what happens when you execute those process goals. What happens when you focus on outcome goals? The issue with that is, as I said, you start getting anxious why you haven't achieved it yet and you don't actually know what it means, what you have to do. Like, it's not at all in your control. When you set a goal, when you set an outcome goal of being the best player on the field, what does that mean? How do you do that? You have to split it into those process goals that you can actually take action on, rather than just having this goal, this vague goal that you don't know how to achieve. So, next we have the concept of SMART goals. S-M-A-R-T. Every single goal that you set needs to be SMART. So, what SMART means? S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A stands for actionable, R stands for realistic, and T stands for time bound. So, specific. What this means, it can't be vague like make it pro. This is not a very good goal because it doesn't give you enough direction. You're not able to create a specific plan. So rather you set a goal like play in the first division or play in the top 5 leagues. That can be a goal, and that's much more specific because you're able to set out the path that leads you there. Another example of specific goals can be like score 10 goals and get 10 assists in a season. Or as a keeper, for example, keep 10 clean sheets over a season. This is super specific, and that's it. It needs to be super specific. Second, we have measurable. You need to know if you did it or not afterwards. So again, a very measurable goal would be scoring 10 goals, getting 10 assists. You know whether you've done it or not. When you do a less measurable goal, like for example, being the best version of yourself, or improving your dribbling, like that's super vague and super not measurable. Like, what does it mean? When do you determine that you've achieved this goal, you've improved your dribbling? You need to make it measurable and specific. So, for example, you could set a course, dribbling course, that you measure your time at completing and kind of errors when you touch a cone. And how you can measure it is to make it under 30 seconds, for example, and touch 0 cones. That's how you can measure you've improved your dribbling. Then we have actionable steps, actionable goals. Every single goal needs to be actionable. So you need to be able to take action. It can't be confident. Instead, a much better one is shoulders back. So quality body language like this, shoulders back and eye contact with after every action. So for example, you focus on where your eyes go. You don't, after you make a mistake, after you miss a goal, you don't put your head down. You keep your eyes up on the ball. That's actually actionable goal that you can do. It's a process goal that leads to getting to that goal of being confident, but you need to make it this kind of actionable to be able to actually get to that bigger goal that you've set. Then it needs to be realistic. So this is very simple. Obviously, you don't have to be way too like boring, and definitely have ambition, be delusional, but it needs to be somewhat realistic, because when it's over the top, let's say you start playing football at 20, you've never played before in your life and you want to make it into the Premier League. Unless you have all the development tools in the world, it's probably impossible and very unrealistic. I obviously don't want to call it impossible, because I don't think there are really limits like this, but yeah, let's give you a better example. Let's say you start playing football at 28. You've never played before in your life, and that's when you want to make it into the Premier League. That's completely unrealistic. And yeah, there is no point in pursuing those goals, because you're only going to become disappointed, and your brain, your subconscious realizes it's unrealistic, and it doesn't give it so much hope, and therefore you don't get as much motivation to actually pursue the goal and to keep doing that on a long-term consistent basis, all of the process goals. It becomes much more difficult, and yeah. And lastly, it needs to be time-bound, so you need to set a specific time frame for it. For example, when you want to make it pro, a much better goal is make it pro by the age of 25. That's how you're able to make it time-bound, and you're actually able to make the kind of make the specific plan and create the process goal steps, because you know how much you need to do if you want to get to a certain number of hours trained, which is going to get you to the pro level. That's why it needs to be time bound. So yeah, I've kind of explained process goals already, and yeah, so how goals connect to confidence. Confidence grows when you hit standards you control. So when you set a goal that's in your control and you hit the goal, your confidence grows because you know you can trust yourself, you know you can do what you set out to do, and you actually execute what you planned. That's when confidence gets higher and you build more trust in yourself. That's why setting goals that are smart is very important, because when you achieve them, your confidence goes higher, and that's pretty much the goal. Another important rule is keep the goals consistent. Don't change your long-term goals every month. Obviously, when you're on the journey and something important changes, you have to twist the goals, because sometimes it doesn't work. Let's say you're a footballer and you suddenly get an accident when you're not able to play football anymore. You obviously can't keep the goal of becoming a footballer, but you can change it to something related to it. You can keep having the dream, but the plan changed a little bit, the outcome changed a little bit, maybe even a lot. But yeah, only twist the plan when it's necessary. Don't change it every single month, because then you're never gonna be able to get enough time, enough consistency to even get anywhere close to achieving that goal. That's why you need to keep going even through tough times, when you feel like it's not fun, when you feel like you wanna change the goals, you want something exciting. You have to keep going through those times and give yourself enough time to be able to get actual results. Before I welcome you in the next chapter, I want to just tell you that I actually work with footballers one-on-one. If you're interested in something like that and getting actual proper one-to-one coaching and help with your mentality, with building an elite mentality, if you're a footballer at whatever level, check out the link down below. It's the first link in the description. Book a call, but this is only for serious players, so only if you have serious interest in working one-to-one. Check out the link and book a call and we'll speak. Welcome to chapter 8. This one is about growth mindset. So, what it actually means. Growth mindset is focusing on development, not comparison. Extremely simple. It's not positive thinking, so not at all focused on just thinking positively. It's the same as I spoke about in self-talk, in the chapter of self-talk. It's more focused on being objective, being analytical, rather than being positive in every situation, even when it's not a good thing to do. So it's definitely also not pretending everything is great. It's the belief that skills can be built step by step. Because there are many people who believe they can't improve. And who believe that they've been given some sort of skill, some sort of talent, some sort of level, and they can't go past that. And then, for example, they are at a certain level at the age of 20 playing football, and they give up with football. Because they believe they have hit their ceiling and they can't improve anymore. And that's just simply not scientifically true. You can always improve, always get better, always get to the next level. And that's the difference between people who believe they can improve and the people that believe they can't improve. The ones that believe they can, they have a growth mindset. The ones that believe they can't have a fixed mindset. When you have a growth mindset, you're able to achieve much bigger heights, you're able to improve at a much higher tempo, and it's much more probable you're going to actually make it pro. Every single top footballer at the highest level has a growth mindset, and it's an absolute non-negotiable. So just to give you a metaphor that I love to use, I've actually got it from one of the books up there. It's a book in Czech language, so for the Czech readers, it's called Psychologie vítězství, and it's written by Václav Petráš. So make sure to check that out. I really recommend it for every footballer who is able to actually read it in Czech. I believe there is no copy in English. So the staircase metaphor. Imagine your journey kind of like a staircase. Every time you improve, every time you build something, you grow, you build a new step to your staircase. You add a new step and you are able to step higher. And that's pretty much the whole idea. The staircase represents your skills, what you've built, everything you've went through so far. And that's the idea of how to think about it. Because how can you actually use the staircase? You focus on 3 things only. First, the steps below you. So what you've already built, what's already happened, what skills you already have. Then the step you're currently on, so your current situation. And lastly, the next step. So what's next for you? What do you need to focus on, and what do you want to achieve and improve next? Also, you want to know how high you want the staircase to go. That's the ultimate goal. But you need to break that down into smaller steps, which are process goals, and focus only on the next step. You need to know the direction and the goal, the main goal, but you need to only focus on the next step, so on the process goal. Those are the only 3 things you need to focus on from the staircase. Again, just to repeat, the past, so what you've built, your skills, the steps below you, the step you're currently on, so your current situation, and then the next step, which is the next process goal you need to focus on to get to your ultimate destination and your ultimate goal. That's it for the staircase metaphor. I might be using it in the future kind of chapters. So yeah. Very important thing, winning against growing. Interesting thing is you can win and not improve, and at the same time you can lose and build a step to your staircase. So you can win a match but put in a great performance. I meant you can lose a match but put in a great performance and build a step, realize something that you didn't know before. For example, that kind of skill mistake you're making, or that you're not scanning enough. Realize something that helps you improve, but you've lost. At the same time you can win, even be among the kind of better players on the field, but not improve because you weren't focused on your growth. You just played the game and kind of you were just there, and you didn't really care to notice anything, to kind of try to grow and to try to improve. You don't reflect on the game. You've won, but you haven't improved. That's why it's important to have the growth mindset, to be able to grow whenever you lose and whenever you win, no matter kind of what no matter what happens out of your control. You need to be able to grow in all ways. The principle of getting 1% better. Progress doesn't come from massive jumps. It comes from tiny improvements stacked daily. This is again changing a big goal into small process goals. And the super important idea is to get better every single day, to never skip a day of getting better. It doesn't matter by how much, just by 1%, but it needs to be every day. Small steps done consistently beat big efforts done rarely. So it's much better to do 1 hour of work per day than to do a 6-hour chunk of work, because you're gonna get more done over that period. Even though it doesn't seem like you're doing that much in the moment, you're improving every single day and you're being able to stay consistent. So just to show it, what it looks like, a graph of how much you improve per year. Because when you improve by 1% every single day for 1 year, you become 37.78 times better than you were at the beginning, which is insane. When you get worse by 1%, you are left only with 0.03 from what you were at the beginning. So you become 33 times worse than you were at the beginning. And so this is a very important principle. When you obviously don't improve, you stay the same. But that doesn't obviously happen too often. And that's why just 1% every single day leads to nearly 38 times improvement over a single year. Let's say you do this over 10 years, you can just imagine how much better you are going to be. So this is a super important principle, and you need to guide yourself with this throughout your life. Then we have fixed against growth thinking in practice. So I've already spoken about that, and some examples include you make a mistake. The fixed thinking would be, I'm trash, I'm not good enough, I am the one who makes mistakes. Meanwhile, the growth thinking would be, what can I improve from this? How can I improve? What did I do wrong and how can I fix it? You focus on growing and getting better in every situation that you go through, no matter how difficult. I would even argue people who have a growth mindset are able to grow even from tragic situations and traumatic experiences, like, for example, loss of a loved one, or kind of losing your ability to, like, becoming disabled, for example. People with a growth mindset are able to grow even through such tragic events, and they always look to improve as a person, because you always can find something that's going to improve you. The common traps of when you're trying to build a growth mindset: first, comparing your staircase with other staircases. The important thing is to focus only on your journey. Everybody has a different journey. Just look at, for example, Lamine Yamal against Jamie Vardy. I believe Jamie Vardy made it pro at around the age of 25, maybe 28. And obviously Lamine Yamal was the best player in the world, or one of the best players in the world, at 17. And that's why it's definitely not a good idea to compare your journey with other players. Like, imagine Jamie Vardy compared his journey at 17 with someone like Lamine Yamal. Do you think that would be helpful for him? He would feel like a complete failure. And he actually ended up playing in the Premier League, winning the Premier League, and being considered one of the best strikers that ever played there. Which is incredible achievements, but he wouldn't be able to do it if he compared himself with Lamine Yamal at 17 and told himself, there is no point in doing this, I'm not good enough. Focus on your own journey. Everyone has it different, and trust your destiny, and that is going to lead you the right way. Second trap is expecting fast results. Obviously, the improvement takes time. You need to stay consistent, focus on the process, enjoy the process, and the results will come. You can't focus on getting the results. You have to focus on the process and how to get to the results. And you need to learn to actually enjoy the process, otherwise you won't be able to stay that consistent over an extremely long period of time. Just be ready. If you're actually committed and if you want to do this, if you want to become a pro footballer, you have to be ready to be in it for the long game. You have to be ready for it to be extremely long, extremely kind of boring. And yeah, that's the only way to actually be consistent. It is going to get boring, and you have to accept that and start to enjoy even the boring things. Last trap, quitting when progress isn't visible. So you're trying to achieve a goal, you've been going at it for several months, and there is no progress. You don't feel like you've made any progress. That's when you quit. It's quite possible, and oftentimes when you're trying to achieve something and trying to improve something, that for several months nothing happens, and then in 1 month it skyrockets. Your growth skyrockets. That's how most growth happens, because it's not linear. It really just starts to, sometimes it grows super slow, sometimes it doesn't grow at all, and sometimes it grows like this crazy fast. So what if, just when you quit, when the progress wasn't visible, you were 1 month away from achieving your goals? Think about this if you're in such a situation. What if you're just 1 month away from achieving what you've planned to achieve? and reconsider whether you want to quit or whether you want to continue. Okay, steps on how to build a growth mindset. First, catch the fixed voice. So you have to practice meditation, as we've said, mindfulness, to be able to notice the thoughts. And whenever you get a thought that is within the fixed mindset or the fixed voice, you have to notice it and you have to replace it with a growth mindset thought. So try to do this as much as possible, even like going through your day, whenever you get such a thought that you could consider fixed mindset, replace it with a growth mindset. Think about what it could be. Another way to do this is to, at the end of each day, write down, or throughout the day, write down the fixed voice thoughts or fixed mindset thoughts. And at the end of each day, you replace each one with an example of a growth mindset thought. And that way you're able to learn how to reframe well and to kind of learn how to reframe in the moment and make it automatic. Second, reframe every struggle. So whenever you're struggling with something, when you're having like a difficult time, reframe it into a growth mindset thinking. So something that, reframe it in a way that benefits you, in something that would help you view it maybe even as a positive thing, or focus on what it can actually give you this struggle. Step 3, get curious about pressure. This is important. So whenever there is pressure on you, bring some your childlike curiosity. So be curious. Where does it come from? Why do I feel this pressure? Try to figure out those questions, and that's going to help you analyze them and view that maybe there is no point in feeling the pressure anyway, because it's just a thing that doesn't matter that much and you're gonna be okay without it as well. Just get curious where it comes from, whether it maybe comes from your fixed voice, your fixed thinking, and try to replace that with a growth thinking, and realize what kind of benefits it has when you view it from the growth thinking perspective. Let me now play you a video from Haaland speaking of, he kind of asked Thierry Henry a question that really shows his growth mindset and how he wants to improve, even though he's at such a high level already. Like you could consider him the best player in the world right now, some would. And he still wants to improve every situation he gets. You know, he gets a situation where he can speak to Thierry Henry. He could just have a good talk, enjoy it, but instead he asks for how he can improve, for advice. That just shows that he's obsessed with improving, with growing, and having a growth mindset. And he wants to learn from everyone he can. So check the video and I'll see you in the next chapter.
Is there anything you'd like to ask Thierry Henry? Well, if you would like to give me one advice, what would it be?
I said it on there. I just think that in the box, there is nothing you can learn. What you do is second to none. But back to the goal, going on to your right, sometimes making the runs where you don't want to go. There's some stuff that you can learn, but then they're gonna go to the quadruple if they do that. That's the thing. In England, you can do the quadruple. If he 2 goals, if he starts to go on his right and finishing with his right across the same run that he makes on the left, it's over. He will score 100 goals per week.
No, honestly, I agree, because don't forget I'm 22. Think back when all of you are 22. There's so much you're gonna learn.
Welcome to the chapter 9, and this one is about focusing on the process. So first, let me show you a video by Tom Brady speaking about this concept.
My view is like, you can't control the outcome all the time. Sometimes it should go the other people's way. It shouldn't always go your way. So you get motivated by the losses, you stay motivated through the winning, What you can control is your process. You can control those intangibles. You can control the work ethic, the consistent discipline, your attitude, your culture, how much you care. All those things are in you. They just need to be drawn out of you.
All right. Most stress in football comes from trying to control things you can't. This is very important because many footballers, probably most footballers, actually focus on the things they don't have in their control and they try to control them. So, for example, winning a match or being the best player on the field, those are not things that are under your control, at least not directly. You have to focus on other things, on the process, to be able to achieve those goals. So that's where controllables come in. Controllables are things that you can control, that are under your control. So things like, for example, just the daily life things. Tying your shoes is under your control, or making food is under your control. Meanwhile, stuff like the weather or maybe the traffic, those are not under your control. Meanwhile, buying a bus ticket is also under your control. Also, planning out your route, your route to get somewhere is under your control, but traffic is not under your control. The weather, or maybe the traffic lights, whether they're gonna be green or red, that's not under your control. So what controllables actually means? So controllables are things you can influence directly, not thoughts, emotions, or outcomes. So you can't control your thoughts, you can't control your emotions, and you can't control the outcomes, which are the results. Instead, what you can control, the types of controllables, are actions, behaviors, and responses. So responses to certain situations, behaviors that you do like regularly, and actions that includes everything. Common uncontrollables that I have written here are, for example, referee decisions, playing time, other players' mistakes, crowd reactions, weather, opponent's level, results, and past actions. So, for example, mistakes you've done 30 minutes ago. Another one is scoring goals or being the best player on the field. Meanwhile, controllables include effort in duels, reaction after mistakes, body language, communication, scanning, positioning, intensity, decision commitment, focus on next action, and so on and so on. So I hope you get the idea of uncontrollables and controllables and what's the kind of difference between them. But the reason this matters for performance is that attention is limited. Every second that we spend on uncontrollables splits our focus, takes away kind of our ability to make good decisions, and it also increases tension. We only have a limited amount of attention that we can use at a certain time. And if we want to maximize our performance, we have to invest the attention in the right things. And investing them in uncontrollables is really useless because we don't even control whether we are going to make them happen. So there is no point in controlling the attention there is no point in giving the attention to the uncontrollables. Instead, give it to the controllables that can sometimes lead to those bigger goals, to those uncontrollables. So protect your attention. Focusing on controllables equals emotional control. Pretty much. You can't stop emotions from appearing. You can only control the response you have. So there is going to be negative emotions. There is going to be tough situations. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to feel like a failure. But what matters is your response. And that response needs to be led by controllables. So for example, when frustration shows up, it's uncontrollable. This is something out of your control. It's an emotion, as we talked about. But sprinting back and refocusing, that is completely within your control. So that's your response, and that's how you build emotional control and actually use it in the right way. Now, to speak about pressure within controllables, pressure increases when success for you equals the outcome. So if winning a game for you is success, that increases the pressure. If scoring a goal is success for you, that increases the pressure. That's why cup finals have the highest pressure, because the goal is obviously to win the game, because you want to have a cup. You want to win the trophy. And when success equals effort, so how much you put in, how much you actually try, if that is success for you, that even when you lose, but you tried your very best, that you consider success, then the pressure gets lower and you're able to kind of control it a lot more. You're able to play at your best. You're able to relax a lot more. Then how controllables are connected to confidence. Confidence comes from doing your job. So evidence. When you have evidence that you can do something, you're gonna have confidence that you can do it again. When you've practiced passing the ball or juggling, when you've practiced it like hundreds of thousands of times, you're gonna have confidence that you're able to do it again. When you've practiced it and done 100 juggles in your whole life, you're not gonna have confidence because you don't have any evidence that you can actually do it. And when you hit controllables, even on bad days, so every single day, when you hit the controllable and something that you promised yourself, the confidence grows. Spoke about this in the past chapters, but that's exactly how you build confidence, on evidence and on actually believing you can complete these controllables. The common trap is trying to control emotions instead of behavior. So you need to remember emotions belong into the uncontrollables section. And that's why the only thing you can actually control from the cycle of emotion, from the cycle of behavior, thought, emotion, is behavior. That's why you need to focus on that and not on emotions. Second, arguing with referees. Referees' decisions are not under your control. When you're the captain and you want to obviously use some tactics to put pressure on the referee and so on, then do it. But make sure to do it mindfully and not argue with him just because you got angry. This is investing your attention in something that's uncontrollable, which is obviously going to lead into having less attention where it's necessary. Third trap, replaying mistakes mentally. So replaying what you've done earlier in the game or in the past games. Past is uncontrollable. What you've done before is uncontrollable. Remember that and focus on what you can control right now. And four, waiting for confidence to feel good. So that's a very big mistake many players make, is waiting for being confident before actually feeling like you can perform and feeling good. The thing is, you first have to feel good. You first have to believe you can perform, and then you can have confidence. So remember, action first, and that leads to feelings and emotions. So focus on the actions, on what you do, on the behaviors, on the responses. That leads to different emotions, different thoughts, and different outcomes, obviously. So just to give you a specific example that I went through, to score goals, you can't focus on scoring a goal because that's not in your control. The ball can bounce back randomly, your opponents can be in a good position, your teammates can give you a bad pass. It's not in your control. Also, the goalie can make an incredible save, so that's not in your control. when you want to score goals, you have to focus on the things that get you that goal. One aspect is obviously getting into goal scoring positions and getting the ball there. And the second aspect is finishing from those positions. So those are the only two things that are in your control. When you master these two, you're going to score goals. So what you need to focus on is getting into those goal scoring positions and having those chances. That's what you need to focus on in a game if you want to score goals. That's it. If you get chances and don't score any goals, then you know that the issue is in your finishing. And you need to practice finishing. Practicing finishing is obviously simple because you just practice. You can use visualization, but you know what you need to improve. And when you get into chances and you score them, great. That's what we're aiming for. So really, that's the only focus you should have when trying to score goals, is to get into goal scoring positions. That's under your control. You can have good positioning, make good runs, communicate with your teammates and ask for the ball. And you can kind of scan well so that you know where is the space. Those are all within your control. That's why getting into a goal scoring position is in your control. Obviously, finishing itself is not in your control, but practicing it and improving the skill and being able to do it from those positions is within your control. So these are the two aspects you focus on. This one, the finishing aspect, you focus on outside of the performance, and the getting into chances you focus on inside the performance, and also obviously outside of the performance by doing analysis and so on. So that's it for focusing on the process and the importance of it, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Welcome to chapter 10, and this one is about emotional control and shifting your beliefs. So for this chapter, I would really recommend to take notes. It would be extremely useful for you. So go on and grab a piece of paper or your notes app and make sure to write down things from this. Because this is probably, I would argue, this is the most important chapter that we're gonna have. So emotions are a part of football. Controlling emotions doesn't mean suppressing them. It means responding to them correctly. So when you get an emotion like fear or nervousness, you don't try to push it away and suppress it. Instead, you learn to respond to it so that you can change your thoughts and therefore change the emotion. Emotional control is noticing what you feel without reacting automatically and choosing a behavior anyway. Very simple. Emotions are just signals, so they just signal to you what's going on, what behaviors happened, what thoughts you got, and that's it. View them as just signals. So the reason emotions feel so strong in games is you have pressure, speed and judgment together. So there is pressure on you, there is speed, so you don't have time to think it through, to view it objectively, because you have to focus on the game, and there is judgment from other people all around you. This is why they feel so extremely strong, and why football is so emotional, and those emotions are so important within the game. And the brain, when it gets the pressure, speed and judgment, and it's not managed right, it goes into protection mode, which is fight or flight or freeze. It was called fight or flight, but they also added a freeze part, because what it means is fight. So what it means is our ancestors, when they were, for example, when they met an animal, a wild animal, they went into this mode that was like trying to protect them and to keep them alive. They had three options: to either fight the animal or to flight. So that means run. they could run. Those were the two options they had. Recently there has also been added freeze, so you freeze in some situations, even because this whole process, this whole protection mode is subconscious. You don't decide what you do, it's your instincts that take over. But this mode is not useful for footballers, especially in football situations, because there are not such threats that you need to run or that you need to fight. And when you're in the protection mode, it's not useful for performing at your best. You're not going to be able to be creative or free on the field if you are in the protection mode. It does the exact opposite. It tries to keep you alive, but in football there is nothing to be kept alive from, like nothing to be protected from. You know, our subconscious brain interprets the situation different, like in a certain way that's not realistic in the modern world. Our brain is gonna eventually adapt to this modern world if nothing changes, and we're gonna learn we're gonna evolve and learn how to manage these situations better, rather than interpret them as a threat, like a tiger or whatever. So the thing is also important, the emotions, it's not a weakness to have, it's completely normal, but we need to learn how to deal with them. So players don't struggle with emotions themselves, they struggle with what they believe emotions mean. So some examples of this are, if I feel nervous, I'll play bad, or if I'm angry, I lost control, or if I'm frustrated, I'm weak. These are some interpretations that we have woven into us subconsciously, and this is what does all the bad stuff. Not the emotion itself, because like when you have an emotion, it's okay. It's actually in its essence, it's neutral. But we give it meaning, we give it an interpretation that then can hurt us. So the first shift is emotions don't equal performance. They don't decide the performance. Your reactions to them do. So for example, when you're on the field and you make a mistake, it doesn't matter that you get an emotion like frustration from it. It's natural. You're gonna get that. But the more important thing is to react to it well and get back into the present moment. Simple. Reframe, instead of getting a thought like, how do I stop this emotion? That's not what we want. Get a thought, how do I play with this emotion? So reframe this, and instead of stopping it, pushing it away, learn how to embrace it and play with it even better. So let's get into the part about beliefs. Beliefs drive reactions. So when you have a belief, for example, mistakes mean I'm bad, your reaction is going to be panicking, hiding, and tension. When you have a belief mistakes are information, your reaction is going to be resetting after them, adjusting to them, and just moving on. It's the same mistake, you make the same mistake, but you have a different belief, and therefore you have a completely different performance, and therefore you're going to have a completely different career, and you're going to be able to achieve your best potential if you have the right belief about mistakes. That's why it's important to work on our beliefs and to be able to change them, because most of the beliefs are built when we were built when we were children, and when we weren't able to control and decide what we want. The people around us decided what beliefs we're gonna have by their actions, by their words to us, by how they treated us and what they did. But if we want to take control of our lives, and then we need to build our own beliefs and be able to change them, shift the beliefs, and become who we want to become and take control. So So the thing about beliefs is there are two different approaches that we're going to have. There's going to be the situation that we want to work on within a game. So for example, making 3 mistakes in a row and then hiding away from the ball. That's the situation. Or just hiding away from the ball can be the situation. There are two different approaches we're going to be using. One is in performance and the other one is outside of performance. They're going to be totally different on what we're actually going to do to deal with this situation. Let's start with in performance. The goal of in performance is going to be to reset. It's going to be to get back into the present moment. We aren't going to do any reflection to figure out what beliefs it stems from and so on. We're going to try to stay present and click back into the present moment. Meanwhile, outside of performance, that's the second approach we're going to be using, is analyzing it out of performance. When we have some time for ourselves, when we have a journal, we're able to do that. Then we're going to analyze where it comes from, what beliefs it comes from, how can we reframe it for next time, and what's a better way to view it and to deal with it. So these are two approaches we're going to be using. Make sure to not analyze the thought within the game, because it only makes you less present, it only distracts you more, and therefore worsens your performance. So the first technique we're going to be using is the downward technique. So what this is we use this one outside of performance. We are in the situation of hiding away from the ball. We notice our thought. What are some thoughts we get in the moment? We write those down, and then we're gonna use the downward technique. We're gonna choose one of the thoughts, and we can even do that for each and every one. Let me just open one thing, and I'm gonna give you a specific example of how to use this. Okay, so let's say the thought is, I don't want to make a mistake. Then we go downward and ask ourselves, where does this thought come from? Or why do I think this? The next thought, a level below, is coach will think I'm not reliable. Then we go further and further and further. So the next one could be, I might lose my spot in the starting lineup. And we do this until we get to the root belief that's creating all of this. So we always ask, why am I thinking this? And the root belief for this one could be, I'm not good enough. You try to analyze it like this. You go deeper and deeper. That's why it's called the downward technique. Always deeper until we get to the root belief, which is, I'm not good enough for this one, for this example. And we're able to then have the root belief and know where our thoughts come from and what kind of thoughts we could have and what we believe and kind of what we need to change. What we do next is we have to reframe the situation and to change beliefs through evidence. So these are going to be the next two steps. First, we're going to reframe it. We're going to find a better way to view it, to view the specific situation, and a better belief that could help us in that situation. It can be a belief that we already have or something that we want to have. So for a situation of hiding away from the ball, it could be, for example, instead we could have an approach like, I want to have the ball because I want to improve. I won't improve without the ball, therefore I should get the ball and even make mistakes because everybody makes mistakes. That's a much better, much more healthy approach that's going to allow you to have more freedom on the field. And the way we reinforce this new approach is we give ourselves evidence of why this approach is actually true. This needs to be factual evidence, but we also need to, when we're using this evidence for the new belief or the new approach, we need to give the pros and the cons. So we need positive evidence and negative evidence. So we need to give both, because we need to do an objective analysis, and we need to actually figure out that, and we need our logical brain to actually come to the conclusion that this belief is better, not just because we want to, but because it actually is better. So that's what we're aiming for. We're gonna aim for evidence why this is actually true. Some evidence includes everyone makes mistakes, even the best players in the world, and we might watch some clips of where Messi actually makes mistakes, or the clip of Michael Jordan speaking how he missed like 9,000 shots in his career. And we see that everybody makes mistakes, even on the highest stage. They miss empty goals. Haaland has missed so many, and he's still the best goal scorer in the world. This could be one. Another one could be that, yeah, without the ball, I'm not gonna improve. That's another evidence why it's better to go for the ball, to try to have the ball as much as possible. And we stack this evidence for the new belief, and that's how we change it. That's how we start believing the new one and actually realize a new approach is better. But we need to think about this new belief, think about this new approach for several days, maybe weeks, and realize it over time. Just randomly get these thoughts and realize that, yeah, this actually makes sense. Yeah, I should actually believe this. This is good. And yeah, so this is the way to change the beliefs. Now we move into the approach in performance. This was the approach that we use outside of performance to change beliefs. The approach in performance is bouncing back from mistakes. So this is also fun. We're also going to be working on this approach and creating our plan outside of performance so that we can use it in performance. So how do we bounce back from mistakes? We make a mistake, or we get a negative thought, and first thing, we must notice the thought. We must realize that this is happening, and we must get present. This is what mindfulness and meditation are for, to notice the thought. Once we notice the thought, we realize the better approach that we have already been practicing before, and that we have been thinking about, and the belief that we came with. We're going to be using that. We just realize it, but the way we realize it is through some sort of it can be a keyword or some cue. So what this is, for example, let's do a keyword first. We connect this new belief to a word that represents it well. Let's say it's the one with mistakes. For example, we can have a word like messy that represents that Messi makes mistakes as well. And in the game, after we noticed the thought, after we noticed the thought that we have, we say Messi, and that reminds us of that new approach, and it helps us realize that the better view of the situation. Once we do that, we get back into the present moment by focusing on something in the present. Again, this can be, for example, focusing on scanning, focusing on watching the ball, focusing on communication. These are all approaches that you can focus on. So we have 3 steps. Notice, then we have use the keyword, or instead of the keyword, it can also be a physical one. So taking a deep breath, or pinching yourself, or doing a clap. Whichever one of these works for you. So we notice the thought, we use the cue, then we refocus back into the present moment, and we're back. We play. But we need to refocus back into the present moment on something that's again, are controllable, and something that's there. Something that we want to focus on, like, for example, our intention for the game. So these are the 3 steps we use. Prepare this ahead, be ready for getting some kind of different kind of thoughts, and focus on having maximum 2 or 3 cues. Then you can use those keywords or cues, and try to always use the same refocus, to refocus on the same thing after each mistake. Ideally also have only 1 cue that gives you the best approach that you can have on the game, and start with that. You can add more later, but this is how you kind of start. So the actionable steps: notice your thoughts, and start writing them down after trainings or within sessions or after matches. Write them down and then work on them. Later, work on them, realize do the downward technique, create the new kind of approach, and kind of plan for what you're going to do. By the way, this is called a coping mechanism, what we're using here. The whole reaction to a mistake or to an emotion or to a situation is called a coping mechanism. So create a new coping mechanism. And yeah, so start noticing thoughts, use the downward technique to figure out the belief, create a better approach, a better belief, and use evidence for it, and start working on a new coping mechanism, and then start using it. How do you start using it and apply the coping mechanism? Use visualization for 5 minutes per day, emotional visualization. That's the main point of emotional visualization, for practicing and reinforcing coping mechanisms. So use that for 5 minutes per day. Obviously make sure to make it vivid, emotional, again, and really focus on the emotions that you have before using it and after using it. That's the biggest difference maker. And then you can use it by applying it slowly. So start by applying it into easier situations. So like individual sessions, and then team sessions, and then only after you can do it in team sessions, apply it in matches, because it's not going to work like this. You have to practice it. It's like any other skill. It's gonna take a lot of time, but it's definitely worth it and an important step to growing as a footballer. So yeah, that's it for the chapter 10, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to another chapter, and this one is about daily wins. So the core idea is confidence isn't built during performances. It's built between them. Obviously, it's also built when you achieve something inside your performances, but it's mainly built outside of performance because you spend most of your time outside of performance. Daily wins create proof, and proof creates confidence, obviously. So what's the goal? The goal with daily wins is to actually realize the evidence and the proof to build that confidence. Because trying to build confidence in matches and during performance is not in your control. You're not able to control whether you're gonna have good performances or not. Meanwhile, with daily wins, you are able to control what you do during your day, and whether you're able to do some good stuff, something that you told yourself you would do during your day. And count that as your daily wins and stack that proof, that evidence, and that gives you confidence, so that you're able to have that confidence in the match and during the performance. So one of the reasons players struggle with confidence is they only count big wins. So goals, assists, good games, being the MVPs, being the best players on the field. But on bad days, that means on bad days when you don't get any of these, even for example if you're a striker and you don't get a goal or an assist and you still play well, you won't evaluate your performance fairly. And at the same time, on bad days when you don't perform well, you're gonna lose all the confidence, because you are all kind of fixed on on those big wins, on getting the goals, getting the fame, getting the MVP award and awards, trophies, wins. You're focused on that, and there are going to be bad days. There are going to be a lot of bad days, and you're not going to be able to perform inside of those bad days. So that's why you want to count your small wins, because you're able to have those even on the worst days. And that's how you build confidence over a longer time period. So what a daily win really is. A win is any action aligned with your growth and improvement. So daily wins can be anything small or anything big that happens during your day. It can range from doing a small 5-minute meditation in the morning, to going to bed on time, or for example, turning off YouTube at a certain hour so that you can get a quality evening routine. Or it can be, for example, reacting well to a mistake in training, or spending time with your friends and family, having a good quality nap. Anything like this counts towards daily wins, because it's in your control and you've been able to do well with something. That gets you obviously closer to your goals, that makes you grow and improve. The reason daily wins work is that brain learns through evidence. So every win is a data point that tells your brain, I show up, I improve, or I'm reliable. These kind of things. And that's exactly what builds confidence, and most importantly, rewires your identity. And you become someone who is the one who shows up, who is the one who improves, who is the one that is reliable. And that's the goal, because when something is your identity, as we already spoke about, it's much easier to actually use it and to do actions that align with that identity. So bad training doesn't equal a wasted day, and a bad mood doesn't equal zero progress. Some of the best wins happen when you're tired, unmotivated, or frustrated, so on bad days. That's why it's important to track them, because you won't simply view your day based on the emotion you're currently feeling, but rather much more objectively, and you're going to be able to extract the positives from the day and stack those. The common mistakes people make with daily wins is only writing big wins. So we already spoke about that. It's important to focus on the small ones, because not every day there is going to be huge wins. There are going to be bad days when you need to write down smaller wins, and those count as well. The most important thing is to stay consistent and to have wins every single day. Second mistake is comparing wins to others. We already spoke about this too, but you need to focus on your own journey, on you. I gave you the example of Lamine Yamal and Jamie Vardy, and the thing is, really focus on your journey. Don't compare it to others. Don't compare your wins with others' wins. It only hurts your progress, hurts your mood, and hurts pretty much the quality of your life. And lastly, turning wins into pressure. So when you set kind of expectations that you need to score a goal in a game, and that's what you want to write down in the evening as your daily win, that's an uncontrollable. And that is why it creates pressure on you. This pressure is most likely not going to let you perform at your best. That's why you don't want to create expectations with these wins. You want to do your best and let them happen. Focus on the process. And if you want to create an expectation, make it a controllable win. So, great thing about daily wins is it builds momentum. So one win means that the next win is going to be easier because you're going to be closer to that identity of the guy who wins, the guy who has a lot of wins. And then the next win is going to be easier. And when you have 2 wins, it's going to be much easier to have the 3rd one. And this is how you stack momentum until the wheel really rolls and you're able to achieve big things. So the actionable steps for today for this chapter is do daily wins. At the end of the day, write down 3 daily wins. Simple questions to ask yourself if you don't know. What did I do well today and what effort am I proud of? Literally just collect proof. You can start a journal for this, or you can write it down on your whiteboard as I do, or just in your notes on your phone, or just on a piece of paper that you're gonna put on your table. But I want you to write it down somewhere where you can also see it, ideally. What I do is I write my daily wins every single day on my whiteboard. And for example, yesterday, for me it was doing work on my business, because I created a lot of Google documents for this particular course. I spent a lot of, the second win is spending time with my family, and the third thing is spending time with my friends. So I was actually I had some time with my friends, so I spent a lot of time doing that, and that's a great win for me today because that time is very meaningful to me and I'm able to rest, reset and get back to kind of focusing on football and on my business. So, and lastly, I want to just mention a quick view that I also use for these daily wins, and it's viewing your life as a movie. I've heard this somewhere, not sure where, but I've remembered it ever since. And it's all about viewing your life as a movie and you're the main character. And at the end of each day, you ask yourself, what were the best scenes of today? And that's a different kind of like perspective you can have on the daily wins. And I actually use this as well. So I ask myself, what were the best scenes of today? And those are my daily wins. Just imagine you're the main character, and what was like most interesting, what were the best scenes that happened today? It's a different perspective, but sometimes it can be a good one when you're not so sure and it gets kind of repetitive with the daily wins. So figure out which perspective fits you the best, and start doing daily wins on a daily basis. If you want to build, obviously, if you want to build confidence as a footballer. See you in the next chapter. Welcome to chapter 12, and today, or in this chapter, we're talking about values. So, what are values? Values are what matters to you when no one is watching. A very simple definition, but I wanted to do it for the sake of it. Values are how you want to behave regardless of results. So it's something that creates your behavior, your thoughts and your emotions that you set for yourself, and it creates these kind of boundaries and what really matters to you. So why they even matter in football? Football is emotional and chaotic. Your mental state obviously goes up and down. And values allow you to detach from the outcome. So they create this stability that no matter how you perform, no matter how the game ends, you're still keeping the same values and nothing changes. It's kind of like a basis for you when everything is chaotic around you, which is going to happen a lot, obviously, as a footballer. These values create stability. When you act in line with your values, you feel grounded, decisions get much easier and pressure feels lighter. So these are all things affected by values and affected by having this solid base that you can like rely on whenever you're in a difficult situation. They also build confidence. because confidence built on only results, so only on kind of what you've achieved, is fragile. But confidence built on values and results together is much more stable. For example, if you say to yourself, I didn't play well, but you also say to yourself, I stayed committed, I kept working, I showed courage. These are all kind of can be related and tied to your values. Even though you didn't get the result, you still kept your values intact and you acted by them. And that helps you build confidence because it kind of brings that stability together. And they also help against pressure because obviously pressure increases when identity equals your performance. And at the same time, it drops when identity equals your values, because your values are controllables. And again, when you focus on controllables, they're in your control and you're actually able to do them no matter what. Meanwhile, your performance isn't a controllable as a whole, only in small parts. That's why you want to have your identity tied to something that's in your control. Let's now hop into the Google document that you can find down in the description, and yeah, let's set values together. So here in the Google document, we have the list of values. What we're gonna do first is choose 3 to 5 values and define them for yourself. These are just some examples of values. You can obviously use your own ones, but pretty much the main part should be covered here. Yeah, this is how you define it for yourself. For example, one of my values is excellence, and I defined it always striving to become as good as possible at least one thing. This is what excellence means to me. You write down whatever the value you choose means to you. Choose 3 to 5. I personally actually have 7 because I wasn't able to choose, so I actually decided to have 7. It's okay, but make sure to not do too many because then it becomes confusing and much more difficult to remember them. After that, after you have those values, actually pause the video and do this right now. After you have the values, create your philosophy. This means you take the values and put them into context and kind of realize how they fit into your life, and create a paragraph, which is going to be your philosophy, where you speak a few sentences and you have to include all of your values. That's it. Pause the video again and create your philosophy. After that, you have the situations to use them. So you write down situations for each one that you can use them in. Here is an example. Training daily and feeling like it's an endless loop without improvement. If you're in this situation, a value of patience is going to help you this way. You remember that patience is your value and you trust the process through practicing patience. It's extremely simple. You create some situations that you've been struggling with and put the values that you have in context there and how they can help you specifically. When you're able to do that, it's gonna allow you to trust your values more, put more evidence into that your values are actually helpful, and yeah, it's gonna allow you to also use those values better in those situations and therefore solve those situations better. And lastly, we have the value objects. So you are probably asking, what are those? Value objects are things that are connected to your values, so physical things. For example, I have right there behind the camera, I have stickers with my values written on them. Even that counts as a value object, because it reminds me of that value, of my values. It's great to have these all around your workspace or your room or the space or the environment where you spend a lot of time. So try to have these value objects. It's not only stickers with values, but also things that remind you of your values. So back there in the background you can see the two posters. The poster with Ansu Fati obviously reminds me of being creative, and it reminds me of having the joy for playing football, being authentic, and so on. Meanwhile, the other one with Messi and Ronaldo reminds me of excellence, so striving for that. It reminds me of growth. It reminds me of passion, and so on. So, yeah, create these kind of objects that remind you of certain values and try to add them to your environment. I also have the book of Kobe Bryant's book. That one reminds me of a lot of values. I obviously also have my trophy for the player of the year. I have a lot of sports psychology books. I have, for example, footballs around my room. I have football boots, the captain's armband, and so on. So there is a lot of value objects in my room, in my workspace, and I recommend you to do the same. So the actionable steps is to pretty much do these 4 things. You can write them down here again. And yeah, that's it for the chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to another chapter, and this one is about identity and worth. I would say this one is probably my second favorite after the one on shifting beliefs. And yeah, this is really fascinating to me, and it's probably been the biggest game changer that I've applied to my mentality, and it has made the biggest difference for me. So, the important thing here is football is what you do, and football is not who you are. I know this might sound weird if you're obsessed with football, if you've been loving it ever since you were a child, but this is an important truth you need to realize if you want to achieve your highest potential and play at your best. Because problems start when performance equals identity and results equal self-worth. When these are connected and they affect each other, that's when the issues actually starts. So, identity, what it is, the definition, the story you tell yourself about who you are. This is a very simplified definition, obviously, but one more time, identity is the story you tell yourself about who you are. It shapes your whole mentality and your whole view of the world. Now the definition of worth. Worth is how valuable you believe you are as a person. One more time, worth is how valuable you believe you are as a person. I recommend you to write down these definitions. When worth depends on football and results, so yeah, when your worth depends on it and also your identity, mistakes feel personal, criticism feels threatening, and pressure feels super heavy, and you really feel it. And this is why most footballers struggle with pressure, with expectations, with criticism, with low confidence, pretty much with every single problem. It's tied to having a worth or identity tied to your performances and to results. The thing is, many players think that if I play well, I'm good enough. If I play bad, I'm not. And this creates the exact issues I just spoke about. So fear of mistakes, hiding away from the ball, overthinking, emotional swings, having no emotional control, and so on. What we want to do is separate performance from self. Performance can change, effort can change, and results can change. But your worth does not change. When players truly get this, what happens is you become free, you become composed and calm on the field. Because right now, what happens when you get this shift that your worth stays the same no matter how you perform, no matter what the results are, if you perform terribly now, you're able to still stay satisfied with your life, and you're able to become much more free of the weight of the expectations that you have to perform every single game. And yeah, you pretty much become free. You're actually able to perform and express yourself for once, instead of being in this threat-like situation inside of a game where you are afraid of making mistakes because you don't want to fail, because it's gonna make you a failure and you're gonna be the one who makes mistakes. When you untie yourself completely from that and your worth stays the same, you will still have loving people around you. You will still have your same values and your same identity. That creates your worth, and you're able to keep the worth the same no matter how you perform. So, a healthy player identity, what does it sound like? For example, I'm someone who works on my game. I'm someone who responds well. I'm someone who keeps growing. Identity needs to be based on behavior, not results. So you don't want to be, I'm someone who scores goals every single game. That again creates an incredible amount of pressure on you and expectation. That's not healthy for you. Instead, make it something controllable. I'm someone who works on my game. That's completely in your control. I'm someone who responds well. Again, completely in your control. I'm someone who keeps growing. Again, completely under your control. This is what we want to make identity like. So the reason this reduces pressure, because pressure comes from this defines me. And freedom comes from this is something I do, not who I am. That's what we want to do with football. Identity and confidence, what's the relationship? Confidence built on identity is stable. Meanwhile, confidence built on outcomes is unstable, as I said in the last class. It's the same as with values. So when you build confidence based on who you are, it's much more stable than when you build it just on what you do. You need to adopt that identity of what you actually are doing. Identity-based confidence is at a deeper level, confidence at a deeper level. So, for example, it's I trust myself regardless of what happens today. And that's the confidence of the elite footballers, of the highest level of footballers. No matter how they perform, they remain confident and stable. You can see it in the interviews post-game. None of the footballers in the Champions League or in the Premier League ever say after a game where they have performed poorly that now they're a bad player. They keep their confidence because it's based on their identity and their worth stays the same. So the goal of this whole thing is not to stop caring or to lower your standards. We definitely don't want to do that. The goal is to keep caring very deeply, but without tying your worth to outcomes. Very simple. We still want to keep the whole passion for it. We want to keep caring like really deeply, but we want to stop tying our worth to the outcomes, to the results. So now, what I want you to do is answer this question. If football didn't exist, who would you be? Imagine for a minute that football completely erases from Earth. Who would you be? and this is gonna be your identity. Write down a paragraph speaking about this and kind of take your time, like really tidy up your thoughts and take your time with this. But I want you to write down this paragraph and I want you to keep it in a similar place together with your values. This is gonna be a very important, like these two things are gonna be super important for you, and also the one in the next chapter. But we're gonna be keeping these in a very important place, and these are gonna be very close to us. These are gonna be the base of our performance. So the actionable steps for this class is literally write down your identity through the question I gave you. If football didn't exist, who would you be? And that's it for the chapter. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to another chapter. This one is about perceptions. So I'm gonna start with a simple sentence. Your perception is your reality. This is the sentence that has been guiding my life for the past 3 years, and I think it should be guiding everyone's lives. I'm gonna explain what it means in a bit. So you don't react to a reality, you react to your perception of reality. Same situation can have a different perception and therefore a different reaction. A perception is also called interpretation. So perceptions are how you interpret what's happening. Why this matters in football? Football is full of neutral events. A mistake is a neutral event. A shout from the coach, being benched, a bad first touch are all neutral events. The events themselves are neutral. Your meaning that you give to it makes it negative or positive. Just to give you an example so you can understand it better. Event, you lose the ball. Perception A, I'm playing bad. Emotion, fear. Behavior, hiding away from the ball. Perception B, next action. Emotion, urgency. Behavior, sprinting back. Nothing changed except your perception of the situation. It's the exact same situation. You just perceived it differently. Pressure and pretty much all issues regarding your performance come from perceptions. Because, to give you examples, pressure comes from meanings like, this is important, this defines me, everyone is watching, or I can't mess this up. Because those are not facts. Those are all interpretations of the situation that happened, of a neutral situation that happened. Perceptions also affect confidence. It usually goes like this. Low confidence means that you have negative interpretations, and high confidence means you have neutral and useful interpretations. Confident players usually don't have better situations. They experience the exact same situations as you. They just see the situations differently. They interpret them differently. So, some common perceptions that players have. Let's just give you an example. Everyone noticed my mistake. This is a perception many players have, and it's also called the imposter syndrome, obviously in sports psychology. Obviously not just sports psychology, in psychology overall. If you want, search it up on Google and study it more. But for the purpose of this video, I'm just gonna go through it quickly. So everyone noticed my mistake. You made a mistake. This is your perception of the reality. You're obviously gonna be very, very disappointed, very not really disappointed, very anxious about it. You're you're gonna feel a lot of stress because you don't want people to see your mistakes and kind of judge you based on them. Instead, what you could do is focus on the next action. Skip all of the fluff of thinking about someone else, about what they think of you, and focus on the next action. What does this do? This gives you sense of urgency and makes you present. And that's what we need for having a great performance. Second, common distorted perception. Coach is against me. Again, coach shouts at you and you have a perception coach is against me. Instead, you could perceive the exact same situation. Coach shouts at me so much, or maybe speaks to me more than others, or maybe notices my mistakes more than others' mistakes, because he cares about me, because he wants me to be the best player, the best version of me, the best player I can be, and he wants me to achieve my potential. He sees the potential in me and he wants me to achieve it. That's a different perception that allows you to view the situation in a completely different light. Third common distorted perception, this game decides everything. This, again, is very much putting expectations on yourself, putting pressure on yourself, and you need to kind of view it from distance and realize that focusing on the outcome, on winning the game, is not the best approach. Instead, focus on process goals, on what you can do, on the controllables, and that's going to make it much less, there's going to be much less pressure, and you're going to be able to play much more freely. Actually prepare for what happens when you don't win the game. It's very good to be prepared for the worst scenario, as it was explained in worst scenarios, because then you're ready for all of the better scenarios as well. And you don't have this fear anymore, because you know you will survive it as well. And yeah, sometimes it's good to realize that it's just a game, it's just football, and you can deal with it. Whatever happens in football, you can deal with it. And last perception I have here, others are better than me. This is a perception that again drives comparison. And comparison is comparing yourself with someone else's journey. And we've spoken about that quite a bit already. And what's important is focus on your own journey. I've explained it quite a bit, why that's important, why you should focus on your own journey and realize that, yeah, it's the only thing that matters. Maybe others are better than me, maybe others are better than you, but what does that change? You still need to focus on your own process. It's not controllable how good other players are. The only thing that's under your control is focusing on your own journey and on your own progress. So most of these distorted perceptions and most of perceptions that hurt you are just assumptions. So think about the perceptions you currently have and realize which one of them are real, which one of them are just assumptions, which one of them you could view differently and better, and how much it could actually affect your life and improve it. So you can't control what happens, obviously, but you can control what it means to you. You can control your perception. And this gives power back to you. You aren't anymore affected by your environment only. Your environment doesn't control you, but you have the power. You are able to decide, this is how I'm going to view this situation. This is my interpretation of the situation. And that makes you in control of your whole performance and of your whole reality, of your whole happiness. I know it's easier said than done, but you can actually almost always control the perception that you have. Elite players use perceptions to simplify situations. So, for example, when you think that someone is, when you think that fans or your teammates are judging you, they use their perception to just simplify it and to focus on the next action. They reduce the meaning, so in the same situation that I just mentioned, they reduce the meaning of it and kind of realize that their opinions don't matter. And they stay task focused, so they focus on what's in their control, on the task at hand, so on. They focus back to football. So now, the actionable steps. I want you to ask yourself these 2 questions and kind of write down these 2 things that we're also gonna add to the stack of this is you. This is gonna be a kind of like a part where you have your identity, you have your values, and you're now gonna have these 2 perceptions. So, first question is why you play. Why do you even play football in the first place? Why did you start? What makes you play football? Write that down. And the second thing is your main goal in competition. What's your goal when you play a match? Like, what's the goal of the game? Why do you play the football? Why do you play the match? So I want you to write down these 2. It can be a paragraph again. Write as much as you want. Feel free to like put your heart out on the paper. And yeah, store these in the similar place as the previous 2. And make sure to read them whenever you struggle with the base, whenever you struggle with anything, pretty much. When you have a big struggle, like you feel unconfident, you feel a lot of pressure, read this base and really lean onto it. It's gonna, if it's solid enough, it's gonna hold you through everything. So that's it for the chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Before we jump into the next chapter, I just want to let you know, top link in the description is the link to work with me one-on-one. I work with footballers who have achieved a lot of things already. I started working with players back in August. I mean one-to-one work. And yeah, I've already had so many kind of wins, and I've been able to get different professional trials and even pass professional trials and get into a better professional academy. And yeah, they've changed their mentality completely from being like struggling with it and therefore seeking help into becoming a super confident and being among the better players in their teams, even the best players in their teams, and as I said, getting different trials and so on. You can check the client interviews and kind of testimonials on my YouTube channel. There are different videos. And yeah, if you're interested in something like this, working one-to-one, check out the first link in the description and book a call with me. This is only if you're actually serious and you're ready and able to invest. Chapter 15, environment. Your environment shapes your behavior. Obviously, it also shapes your habits. It's the same thing. We already spoke about habits, but we haven't spoken about how big of an effect environment has on those habits and on your routine. Environment is everything around you that influences you. So people, places, your phone, your room, the media you consume, the routines around you, and so on and so on. So everything around you. It's kind of like the invisible influence. You don't notice environment working until you change it, and then your behavior changes, and your thoughts change, and your emotions changes, and your whole mental state changes. Examples. When your phone is nearby, your attention drops. This is based on actual psychological studies. People who had their phones while doing some deep work were much more much less focused, and they had much less attention and therefore a lower performance when their phone was on the table or near them or even in the same room. That's why it's a great idea to put your phone away when you're working, when you're doing something, put it in another room. It's not enough to just turn it around and place it on the table. You still subconsciously go to that phone and get curious about what's happening there, and you always want that dopamine hit from the phone and so on. Messy room, so having like an unclean room, is mental noise. It affects you again, takes your attention away and kind of creates the chaos and supports the chaos in your head and takes away the clarity. Negative people, this probably has the biggest effect on you, the people you spend time with. And yeah, your doubt grows and all those negative emotions that go with it. Your environment reinforces who you think you are. So it affects your identity quite a bit. For example, when you have posts around your room, when you have posters, reminders, and kind of these things that remind you of football, this says to you that I'm a serious player. Meanwhile, if you have a chaotic room, where there is no order, there are no things that remind you of football, it says to you that you're inconsistent. And this obviously shifts your identity and therefore your habits. And yeah, you become what your environment supports. So now I have quite a few drills and I want to show you how you can shift your identity and how you can improve your environment so it supports your goals. First thing I want you to do is call list of people. The thing is, you are the average of 5 people you spend the most time with. You've probably heard this before. It's very like a famous quote, but it's more true than some people may believe. You actually become the people around you because we learn by observing. Especially when you're a child, you become like your parents. If they are arguing a lot, you're gonna take that with you, obviously. The same goes if they have bad habits, you're gonna take that with you. And yeah, so what we want to do is create 3 columns. One is good, one is bad, and one is plan. And we're gonna create a list of people you spend the most time with and what effect they have on you. And then we're gonna create a plan on who to spend less time with and who to spend more time with. So what I actually did was I also created a more neutral column. And yeah, I put people in good, neutral, and bad based on the influence they have on me. I put each one there. And what you want to do is spend more time with people who are in the good column. Spend the same amount of time you've been spending with the people who are in the neutral column, or maybe just like a moderate amount of time, and spend less time with or even no time with people who are in the bad column. So you do this with everyone you spend at least some time with regularly. And yeah, then the last column is plan. You create a plan on how to spend more time with each person, or how to spend less time, or how to kind of change your relationship with them, meaning like how much time you spend with them. This is the first drill we're gonna do. Create the plan and take action on it. Create a plan on how you're gonna apply it. Second thing is action items. That's the second part of how you are able to change your environment and affect it quite dramatically. So what are action items? Action items are things in your room or around your environment that remind you of the identity that you want to have. So an example, the simplest example of an action item is a football. A football reminds you that you are a footballer. Obviously, I have quite a lot of footballs around my room and they inspire me. They remind me that I'm a footballer and that I should act based on it, based on that identity, which means going to bed early, which means having healthy habits, which means training, which means doing analysis, and so on. Another example of an action item would be, for example, the photo I have back there, or the wallpaper I have back there. The photo, for example, helps me remember that I've won this award of the best player of the year, and that gives me more confidence, and it tells me that, yeah, I'm actually the player who is able to win an award. Then there is the award on the top. Then also having these books, they all remind me of the kind of habits that are inside and that I'm also a reader. The Kobe Bryant Mamba mentality reminds me of Kobe's mentality, which obviously has great influence on me. The same goes for the values written on the back behind the monitor. It reminds me of my values. And then I also have two posters of footballers there. I have Ansu Fati, who was my favorite player and still is among my favorite players, which obviously gives me it helps me realize all of the kind of creativity and that comes with football and all of the habits. And then I have Messi and Ronaldo, who just remind me of that incredible consistency they've been able to have. Then I have the captain's armband. That reminds me of all of the qualities of a captain, of a leader that I can have. Then right there I have a poster that says touch by touch, sprint by sprint, day by day. That reminds me that I should focus on the process. Then I have football boots around my room, which also help me out by again reminding me about football. And also with the value stickers, I have them in different places, not just right there, so that I'm able to see them and remember more often about what actually I'm trying to achieve and how I want to be on a daily basis. This is what action items are, and I want you to create yours. I want you to create yours and put them inside of your bag, put them inside like your room, around your room. And this is the way you shape your environment, your identity, and this is the way you become a much better person and you're able to have much better results. So the next one, the last thing that we're gonna do is phone upgrading. So there are two options you can go about this. First is option one, which is doing a complete, that you get rid of all social media and you pretty much are very strict. When you know yourself and you know that you aren't able to do stuff moderately and you have to do it all in, otherwise you're not able to stay consistent, then you want to use option one, which means deleting your social media, setting your phone to black and white, and doing all of these extreme things. And the other option is option two, where you're gonna be less strict and kind of have it in moderation. You're gonna keep social media, you're just gonna clean social media and your social media environment. You're also gonna clean the apps you don't want to have and set some time limits and so on. What I do is I use an app called Roots. right now I actually also downloaded an app called Opal. I'm trying that out. But these are some apps that just allow me to set time limits at certain times so that I don't become distracted in the evening and so on. I recommend that to everyone. It's free, yeah. This is not an ad, by the way. I just love to use it, yeah. And yeah, the way you clean your social media is you go through all of the people you follow. You clean everyone that doesn't help your goals. Like, be brutally honest with you and literally just keep the people that help your goals and that help you create the life you want. Clean all the people from who you're following. And then when you're on your main feed, when you see a reel that doesn't align with your goals, click the 3 dots and click not interested. And that's gonna make in your algorithm keep the reels and the style of content that you kind of wanna keep. And yeah, do the not interested thing only with the types of content that doesn't help your goals. When there is something that helps your goals, keep that and really like try to watch that, try to get inspired, try to improve. And yeah, that's the way you clean social media. So obviously cleaning social media is, and also using routes, it comes with the option 2, but you have to decide what type of person you are, what's gonna work better for you. Either option 1, where you delete everything, kind of keep only what's really necessary, or option 2, where you do kind of like you make it cleaner pretty much. I would do option 1. I'm the type of person who likes to do things like fully, that I don't really love like the do it in moderation things. I do the same with my diet. I really eat completely clean, or like 99%. I eat clean whenever I'm able to, because otherwise it wouldn't really work for me. When I get an option to do something like bad a little bit, I usually get caught up in it and do a lot more and kind of spiral with it. So that's why I prefer option 1 personally, but I'm not able to do that because I started actually doing social media, and yeah, I spend a lot of time on it because I'm creating there. Apologies, my mic died and yeah, I had to start the recording over again. So yeah, as I was saying about options 1 and 2, the reason I choose option 1 is because I obviously have to be on social media. I can't completely cut it off, and I have to create pretty much, and that's why I need to spend some time on social media to kind of gather some ideas, also inspire myself, and also everything else. So another part that you can do to upgrade your phone is download this app called Roots, so ROOTS. This is not sponsored, by the way. It's just an app I use, and yeah, it's pretty much just it locks it locks some apps during certain times that you set, and it's been very helpful for me. So I definitely recommend you to check that out. And yeah, recently I also downloaded an app called Opal, so OPAL, and I've been testing that out. So try different ones, see which one works for you, but I definitely recommend you to have at least one app like that. And now, how to actually clean social media. So what you do is you go through all of the people you follow, and you only keep the ones that actually have a positive impact on your life. The ones that don't have a positive impact, or following them doesn't have a positive impact, unfollow. Don't get trapped in like that motivation gives you a positive impact. You need some inspiration, but don't rely on these motivational pages. Those are just giving you cheap dopamine and not actually helping you achieve your goals at all. That's why, yeah, unfollow those that don't give value to your life and keep only those that do. Whenever you scroll or see a post that isn't giving you value, click the three dots and there click not interested. It is gonna kind of clean your algorithm from these. Make sure to also not like them or comment on them, because the more you like or comment on certain type of posts, the more of them you're gonna have. So when you have a good post that gives you value, that gives you inspiration, like it, you can leave a comment, but make sure to like watch it fully as well, so that you tailor your whole algorithm to give you stuff that you actually want, to give you stuff that actually helps you improve and gives you value to your life. And that pretty much keeps social media as something that is actually valuable, and rather than a burden that hurts you. This is obviously only if you choose to not delete social media completely. But yeah, this is how you clean your social media. So actionable steps for this chapter. First, do the list of people. Second, create some action items. And third, you do phone upgrading. So choose between options 1 and 2. Download a screen locker app, so Roots or Opal or whatever you find, and clean your social media. So yeah, that's it for the chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to chapter 16. This one is gonna be a little bit shorter, but I'm just gonna show you how I use a to-do list and how I set weekly objectives. These are two tools that I do on a daily and weekly basis. And yeah, so I do a to-do list every evening. I set out, after I've completed all of my tasks, I set out everything I want to do the next day. I personally like to also write the times when I'm supposed to do it, so that it's that specific, because I really like to fill out every last second of time I can with doing work and doing stuff I love. And yeah, you can obviously do it just like listing the tasks that you need to do, the most important ones, and not putting the times, just the order. But as I said, I like to put it in order, but also write the times next to it. So just gonna give you an example. Quickly gonna write one. So let's say I have to do meditation. By the way, I do all of this on my whiteboard. That is right there behind the camera, so that I can see it whenever during the day, whenever I need to check. When I leave the home, I take a photo of the tasks that I need to do and need to complete. Okay, so just an example right here. This I hope it shows it well. This I kind of do the tasks like this. Obviously, I fill out the full day, but I just write the time span that I do the task next to the task, and I write them in order. I obviously write morning routine. When I have the morning routine, I write it out, like what I need to do. When something is an absolute habit that it's not at all, that it takes just no time, it's super short, I don't mention it. And it's like a habit that I do consistently. I don't mention it often, but yeah, just to make it simple, just to not make it overly complicated. And okay, so So that's how I use to-do list. The way this helps you is it gives you actual like direction on what you need to do the next day, rather than just roaming around. And this is probably the only way to actually have consistencies to set to-do lists. I like to set it the evening before so that I can go to bed with peace of mind and not overthinking about the next day. And also I can wake up and straight up get into work and not have to clog my mind with planning out the day. And the other tool, as I said, is weekly objectives. So those I set on a weekly basis. This is 3 to 5 main things I want to achieve. So the way I write them, let me also show you. So I have an example for this week. This week I only have 3 of them. Usually I often have more as well, but yeah. Okay. So I have it right here. So I have these 3 set just also on my whiteboard, and yeah, I track them at the end of the week whether I have completed them. And the important thing is I inspire my week and my to-do lists with those tasks so that I'm able to complete them. So yeah, for this week I have sleep 8 hours 15 minutes on average, post 10 reels, and focus on recovering my injury. Those are the 3 things I have. One more thing I actually use on a weekly basis is planning out my week. So every single week I also write it on my whiteboard. I roughly plan out what I need to do each and every day and how it's gonna look like. I don't put it in order, I just put what I actually need to complete so that I don't end up not having many things during the week and then having everything to do on Sunday. I rather split it up during the days, and also it's much better, much easier to then plan out my day, do the to-do list, and not forget anything. And yeah, pretty much to complete all my tasks that I'm trying to complete. It's much easier then. So these are the tools for productivity, obviously, for maximizing your time. And the actionable steps obviously is to start setting a to-do list every single day, start setting weekly objectives if you like it, and start planning out your week if you like it. So yeah, that's it for the chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Chapter 17, performance intentions. So most players show up to training without a clear intention, obviously, because why the heck would you want to set an intention? A training intention, just to give you the definition, it's a mental focus you choose before training or match. Pretty much what you focus on during what you want to focus on. The reason they actually matter, these intentions, is that the brain loves having directions, it loves having order. And this is what intentions create. They create a direction in which you're headed, what you're focused on. And yeah, when you don't have an intention set, what often happens is you don't know what to focus on. Therefore, you kind of just drift around, hope for performing the best you can, or hope for performing. And whenever you make a mistake, or whenever your mind kind of drifts out, you don't know where to go back to. You don't have any anchor, which is the intention, where you can come back to and know that when I'm focused on this, I'm going to perform well. And yeah, so you are obviously going to be much less consistent with your performances. When you have the intention on the other hand, when you have it set, whenever there is adversity, so making a mistake, getting shouted at, feeling like you're being judged, getting negative thoughts, you can simply come back to the intention, and that's it. It takes you straight back into the present moment, which means a possibility of getting into flow state, which is the only way to get the optimal performance. So the difference between intentions and goals is goals are long-term direction. So we explain this in the elite goals, kind of chapter. And intentions are short-term focuses. So it's pretty much the same thing as process goals. What you focus on in the short term to achieve the long-term goal. The rules for good intentions is that they must be controllable. So these need to be in your control. They must be as specific as possible so that you don't question yourself in the moment, question like, what even does this mean? It needs to be very specific. And let me give you some examples of my own intentions that I've been using throughout my matches. Let me just look into some of my old match summaries. I always write those down. So for example, here I have intentions. Enjoy watching footy and support my teammates to have an impact. I was on the bench in that game. And strive to dominate and make an impact, but don't expect it. Just let it happen. That was one. Then we have another match. So just enjoy rainy morning footy. It really depends on your mental state, like which kind of intentions you want to set. Sometimes I should set these short ones, and sometimes I set a longer intention as it was in the previous one. And often I don't only set one intention, but several ones. Next example, just enjoy playing footy and relieving my outside stress. And the other intention was focus on improving over immediate results and just let it happen. So these are all related to kind of to the growth mindset and to kind of the principles of having an elite mentality. All of these are related to it and somehow connected to it. Next example we have stay light, bold and brave and just play footy. And the other one was give it my all with what I get and fight for my spot. Next example, God damn it. Next example, just stay light, bold and dance with the ball. And the other one was focus on improving over immediate results and have no expectations. Another example, stay light, bold and just dance on the ball. This is one of my favorite ones and that's why I use it so often. And the other one was take not having good boots as a challenge and just enjoy it. So we actually were supposed to play on turf and on artificial grass, AG, and I didn't take my FG boots, so the ones that you can actually use on AG. I only took my SG boots, so with the iron studs and with metal studs, and I had to use those on the artificial grass. I know it's not beneficial for the field, but there wasn't any other option. Fortunately, it ended up well and I actually scored a pretty nice goal in that game and we won. So yeah, it went quite well. So these are some examples that I wanted to show you. So purpose of intentions is to help you bounce back from mistakes. So whenever you make a mistake, to get back into the present, to bounce back from it, and obviously using them as anchors. So whenever you drift away from your optimal performance, so get negative thoughts, get shouted at, and it gets you away from the present moment, use it as an anchor to get back to the present. So how do you actually use these? You write them down before your performance. I use my notes app where I write them down before, like on the way or in the locker room. I always write them down in my notes app, and and obviously you can do this also on paper or whatever you prefer, and then you try to remember it pretty much and just get back to it throughout the game if you drift away. Very simple. And yeah, then I review them in my match summary and so on. So the actionable steps for this chapter are always use training and match intentions whenever you are about to have a performance, set these intentions. I personally don't set them for individual sessions, only for team trainings and matches, because in individual sessions I'm able to kind of have these intentions from my own self. I don't need to specify them and focus on them as much, because I know I'm there to improve and to get better. It's much easier for me to perform there. So yeah, that's it for the chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Chapter 18, training summary and training rating. This one is probably the shortest one of them all. So training summaries. This is just after training, you come back to your where you wrote your intention, and you add a training summary there. So you just sum up how your training went, if you did what you did well, what you didn't do so well, what you want to improve, where you also can include the wins that you had, so like scoring goals or reacting well to mistakes and so on. And kind of just view the training summary like taking it off your chest and getting it off your mind, and kind of it's the last step of the training session, so you don't have to like worry anymore about it and not think about it at all. Yeah, focus on, as I said, what you did well, what you didn't do so well, what you want to improve, and also give yourself a rating out of 10. Obviously, I used to do that. I rated my performance out of 10, and I rated the training session out of 10, like the whole level of it, whether I liked the drills and so on. So I had 2 ratings out of 10. And yeah, the actionable steps, always do a training summary after trainings if you want. Obviously, this one is gonna help you out just to relax, take your mind, like turn the mind off of football. And yeah, that's it for the chapter. Welcome to another chapter, and here we have match summary. So this is chapter 19, and we're going to be talking about match summary and rating your performances objectively. So, what is a match summary? Pretty much summing up your match after you finish to view it more objectively and so on. The reason it's helpful is that it helps you control the emotions from the match, it helps you track progress, and most importantly, it helps you to know what do you need to improve, how you did, and to rate yourself more objectively. So, here I have a specific example from one of my matches, yeah? Here I have the name, I have the date and the kickoff, I have kind of some information about it. I have where I played, which position I played, and how long I played. Here I have goals and assists, final score, and I rate myself out of 10. So this is obviously not going to be the most objective, but try to be as objective as you can. Then I also often add this. I add a part where you rate yourself after analysis. So if you have a recording, you analyze the game and you rate yourself after that out of 10. So it's more objective. Then I write down what I did well. So I write down some things. I tried my best, got into solid positions. I did well with scanning and communication. What I could have done better, make bigger difference. So more confidence in wanting the ball, more not be afraid of getting it. I will do to improve, sleep and rest, keep working hard in every training session, analyze the game, start working individually too. Then I do the notes, so just some of my thoughts. This helps me decompress and kind of let go of the emotions. Another not ideal result, the atmosphere in the dressing room hasn't been the best, and that's been causing havoc. That's why the results aren't good, and I have a feeling it's going to be very tough next weekend too. I just need to keep showing up, supporting the team, and giving it my best at all times. Then I wrote down my pre-game routine, so how much sleep I got, what morning routine I did, how I felt before the game, intentions. I used the pre-game audio that I listened to a pre-game audio, and to which music I listened to, and also that I was on the bench. So extremely simple. Here you have the whole template. Pretty much you can just download this, copy, the template and yeah, fill it out. And yeah, extremely simple. So the next thing we have is rating your performances objectively. So this is another part. So the problem is there was a time where I used to kind of struggle with confidence, and I was unable to perform consistently. At least that was what I thought. Then I obviously did some work with my sports psychologist, and she helped me understand that I wasn't rating my matches objectively. That I felt like when I didn't score or when I didn't have an assist, so when I didn't get on the score sheet, I wasn't performing well. That was what was in my subconscious, and that was how I viewed the matches. I never realized there is much more to playing football as an attacker than goals and assists. And that actually you can perform extremely well and still not get on the score sheet or get an assist. That's when we introduce this exercise, which is rating your performances objectively. And yeah, this is what it looks like. So here we have the match and the date. And you list down all of the attributes and things that you want to be good at in the game in your position. So I wrote down everything for a midfielder. So touch, short passing, dribbling, shielding, game creation, final balls, decisions in build-up, shots, efficiency, aggression in challenges, communication and leadership, work rate and tracking back, dropping deep, runs in behind, creating space. And then I have the average here, goals and assists. Obviously, here you rate each one of them out of 10. And then that gives you an average score. Now you're able to view it much more objectively. You have average scores that you can compare, and as you can see here in this game, for example, I made an assist, but I have a score of 6.7. Meanwhile, in this game I made no assist or no goal, and I got a score of 7.36. It's very interesting to actually see and be able to evaluate it properly. The same thing here, 0 goals, 0 assists, 7.23. Also here 7.25. Meanwhile here I have a goal and I have 6.14. So yeah, it gives you an objective perspective. Even more objectively, if you want to do this, even though I wanted to do it but I didn't really apply this one, I made another table after analysis. So I was supposed to watch the game, and after analyzing the game I would have done this again with another perspective, and that would make it much easier to compare the performances, to realize that yeah, I actually performed well objectively, and make it even more objective. So yeah, you can create this kind of table in your workbook, in your notebook, in your journal, or you can use the Notion template or different tools. You can use Excel sheets or Google Sheets. I decided to just use Notion as I was doing a lot of things in it already, and I created a custom table like this. So yeah, I recommend this drill to everyone. It's gonna make it much more objective for you. And yeah, so actionable steps for today are to do match summary after every single game. Ideally, don't do it right after the game. Let the emotions kind of cool down and do it minimum 2 to 3 hours after the game. Ideally, if you have a game in the morning, do it in the evening, or if you have a game in the evening, do it in the next morning. And yeah, do the same thing at the same time. Do match summary and connect it, anchor it to these post-match ratings. That's it for this chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. Chapter 20, this is one of the most important ones, and it's flow state. So it's everything we've covered so far together. The goal of mental training is flow state. To have a quality deep flow state, and to have it consistently, and to be able to stay in there for a long time. It's obviously a very long process. You're not going to be able to have it like this in 5 or 6 hours. But yeah, you need to understand some things before you're able to have it consistently. This chapter is based on the book Flow. Let me show you. So it's written by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. This is the book right here. You can find the link down in the description if you want to check it out and get a read. So yeah, definition of flow. Flow is a state of optimal experience, and it means that you're fully absorbed in what you are doing. The key idea is that attention is your most limited resource, and flow happens when all attention is invested in one single activity. Then when you have all attention invested in one activity, when you're in flow state, there is no attention left for having negative thoughts, having negative emotions, feeling any pressure, feeling any nervousness, any anxiety, for doubting yourself, for having negative expectations, and so on. That's why having all attention invested in one activity is the key to flow. The reason flow state feels so good is that the brain loves order. When it has order, you enjoy the stuff you're doing. So chaos equals stress and order equals enjoyment. Obviously, there is this concept of autotelic personality, which is simply just a personality and which are personal traits that a person can have. And this person is the most likely to enter flow state in whichever activity they do. When you have an autotelic personality, you are very likely to enter flow state in whatever activity. Even when you're reading, or when you're washing the dishes, or just taking a walk, you're likely to enter flow state. Another important thing is that it's never that there is flow or no flow. There aren't just two sides. There are different stages of flow. You can be just partially in flow, and you can be fully in flow. This is very important because you can't be a perfectionist when looking for flow state, because it's very rarely that you actually get into complete flow on the end of the spectrum. Most of the time you are in like 60 to 80% of flow, and you're not 100% in. And you gotta stop looking for that 100% because it's most likely not going to happen often, and definitely not consistently. Look for that 70% mark consistently, and that's when you're gonna be good. Then there is this idea of flow triggers. These are triggers that when you complete them, you are most likely to enter flow state. And this is the actual way to work on entering the flow and having flow state consistently. It's from the book, and yeah. First flow trigger, clear goals in the present moment. So clear goals give direction to attention. This just means having process goals set or performance intentions set, and yeah, pretty much knowing what is your goal in the present moment, and it needs to be clear. Second trigger is immediate and clear feedback. Feedback keeps attention engaged. What this means is after you complete an action, you know whether you did it right or not. That's clear feedback. So, for example, when you're a striker and you have a big chance, if you score, you know you did it right. If you don't score, you know you didn't do it right. And that is immediate feedback, and it's very clear. The same thing, when you make a pass, when you complete the pass well, you know you did it right. When you didn't complete it, you know you didn't do it right, and that's immediate and clear feedback. In football, it's very often automatic, but sometimes you need to create it yourself as well. Third, flow trigger skill challenge balance. This is very central in flow. This is one of probably the most important flow trigger, because flow happens when challenge slightly exceeds skill. If challenge is too low and skill is high, you get very bored. So this is, for example, if you went and played football right now with 5-year-old kids. If you didn't know the kids, you would get bored quite quickly because the challenge level is very low. But on the other side, if the challenge is too high and the skill is lower, you get anxiety. So this is if you went to play at a much higher level. Let's say you play academy football and you went to play in the Premier League, you would obviously, the challenge would be way too high for you and you would get anxiety. Important thing is this balance is subjective, so it depends on how you view it. If you are an academy player who believes that he has the level of Premier League, and you view it that way, you perceive it that way, then you could enter flow state in a Premier League situation, because it's subjective. It depends on how you view it and how you perceive it. Trigger 4, deep concentration on the task. Very simple. Attention must be fully invested. Flow requires a narrow focus, and yeah, you just need to have the attention focused in the present moment. This is pretty much mindfulness. And yeah, what you want to have attention focused on are controllables. So things that are in your control. You don't want to focus on scoring a goal. You want to focus on getting into chances. And what do you have to do to get into chances? You have to have quality scanning and awareness. You have to make quality movement. You have to ask for the ball. You have to have great timing. These are all the examples you can actually focus on and have a concentration on. Trigger 5, merging of action and awareness. So this is not actually a trigger you can control. This is just a sign of flow. So yeah, you're no longer thinking first and doing the action second. When you, for example, receive the ball, you're not thinking about what to do and doing the action second, but action happens directly after something changes. So you don't think and do an action, but you do it at the same time. You just do the action. And this is why decisions feel fast and movements feel automatic when you're in flow. Flow trigger 6, loss of self-consciousness. So the observer disappears. So you are not actually conscious that you are there anymore. You're not conscious of yourself. And yeah, obviously the observer disappears and you're fully there. And obviously evaluation comes later, evaluation of the performance, but you need to be present. You can't want to analyze your thoughts inside of the game because that's not going to allow you to enter the flow state. This is also, again, just a sign of entering flow state, not a thing that you have in your control. 7, autonomy. So autonomy means sense of control. This is obviously without force. So control doesn't mean domination. It means that you have trust, familiarity, and competence. So you trust yourself to be good enough to perform. You are familiar with what you're doing. So if you went and played football for the first time, you wouldn't enter flow state because you wouldn't know how it works. When you're familiar, you've done it millions of times, you're obviously gonna be much more, you'll have much more autonomy and a sense of control. And then competence, that you believe that you are competent for the task and to actually have an impact. This one you can affect. And then lastly, transformation of time. This is again just a sign that you can't control. Time feels faster or slower. Very simple. It happens both ways, and yeah, it distorts the time. So reasons why flow state actually breaks, there are a few. So it breaks when attention gets divided. So once you're not focused on the single task anymore, but it gets into different things. So you, for example, when you get a thought and you engage with it, that's when your attention splits to the thought and to the task that you're still doing. When attention splits, you start thinking, the reasons attention splits are, for example, thinking about outcomes, so whether you're gonna win the game or not, or whether you're gonna score or not. Self-judgment, so judging you've made a mistake and you judge yourself for it. Emotional reactions, so again, you make a mistake or you score an own goal or you miss a big chance and you react emotionally. And external distractions, so for example, when you see someone familiar in the crowd and you focus on them, it's gonna take your attention away from the game. Then we have flow anchors. These are for protecting and returning to flow. So these are anchors that allow you to get back into flow and to hold you in there for a longer time. Flow triggers are to get into flow, and flow anchors are to stay in it for a longer period of time. So a flow anchor is a simple cue that redirects attention and stabilizes awareness. It's very similar to bouncing back from mistakes. There are different types of flow anchors. First, body anchors. So this is, for example, focusing on your breath, focusing on how your feet feel with the grass, focusing on the temperature. Then you have visual anchors. So this is, for example, focusing on the ball, how it moves, focusing on the formation of the team. Then we have word anchors. So these can be, the rules are short, they need to be neutral and task-based, so in your control. So it can be, for example, focus, or it can be present moment, or whatever task, whatever word anchor or word cue you want to use. And lastly, action anchors. These can be, for example, run back, and you actually run back, or press, do pressing, or I don't know, get lower into your knees. Just some examples of action anchors. When do you use these flow anchors? After mistakes, during emotional spikes, at halftime, when you easily can get distracted and kind of thrown away from flow, and pretty much every time when you catch yourself not being in the present moment. That's it. When you're not in the present moment, you want to use flow anchors. Important rule from flow is you cannot think your way into flow, you cannot force flow, and you cannot chase flow. Flow happens when you let go. When you just do your best and let go, let the rest take care of itself. When you focus on the process and let the outcome take care of itself. When you focus on completing the outcome, flow isn't happening. The only thing you can do is maximize flow triggers. So do your best to perfect every single one of them. And obviously, the more you activate, the higher the chance you'll enter flow state. Obviously, there are no guarantees that when you do every single flow trigger, you're gonna enter flow state, but the chance gets much significantly higher. The more you activate, the higher the chance you'll enter flow state. Now let me show you the actionable steps in the Google document. So now that you understand flow state, let's get into the actionable steps. What I need you to do is to rate each flow trigger, and then you figure out what you need to work on specifically. So rate each one of these out of 10, fill it out, and then figure out which one is the lowest, the weakest. And that's the one you need to work on, and that's the one you need to create a plan to work on. Very simple. Now, let's say clear goals were the lowest one. For that, you need to work on your process goals, on focusing on the process and setting the right intentions. If the lowest one is immediate feedback, what you need to do is find ways to kind of have that immediate feedback. It's difficult in a match, but you can achieve that through self-talk and through kind of speaking to yourself that, yes, this was correct. Yeah, no, this wasn't correct. But you can mostly achieve this in individual sessions like this. But in matches, in training and trainings, usually the immediate feedback is there automatically because you know whether you have scored or not. For example, you know whether you have completed the pass or not. Then skill challenge balance. This is very simple. If you have this one the lowest, if the skill is too high and challenge is too low, you need to get into a higher challenge. So if you are in a too weak of a team, you need to change teams. If it's the other way around, the challenge is too high and the skill is too low, what you can do is work more on that skill, practice to improve it, and try to lower the challenge, make it a little bit easier if possible. So try to get those two closer together so that there is the balance. If you're struggling with deep concentration, practice mindfulness. That's going to allow you to work on the focus, use all of the different mindfulness tools that we spoke about, the mindfulness chapter, and yes, that's it. And if you struggle with autonomy, so sense of control, you need to work on your growth mindset. You need to work on figuring out your values and your identity and to stop tying your worth to your performances. So these 3 things, because that's going to allow you to be much more grounded, to have much stronger confidence, and that gives you that sense of control and sense of kind of belonging. Then also daily wins, those also give you a sense of control. Also journaling drills, like worst scenarios, being prepared for everything, gratitude, all of those give you a sense of control. Now I would say autonomy is kind of a combination of everything we went through already. So yeah, try to figure out if autonomy is the lowest one, try to figure out what specifically is lacking and try to work on that. So yeah, find the weakest one, make a plan to work on it, work on the things that I just spoke about. I gave you drills to work on for each one specifically, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Welcome to the last chapter, and this one is about building your own pre-game routine. So, the core purpose of a pre-game routine is that it's not a superstition. It's a way to organize attention, regulate your arousal, and enter the game already present. What a pre-game routine really does is it reduces mental chaos, limits random thoughts, gives attention a direction, which are all connected to flow. The goal of mental routine is to get you, of a pre-game routine is to get you into flow state. So obviously we want to have it connected to flow triggers and try to activate as many as possible through using this pre-game routine. There's this idea of optimal arousal. So imagine you're having a performance, you're playing football. Your arousal means how hyped up you are. When you are very hyped up, you're gonna be overly anxious, overly nervous, and you're gonna feel the pressure. When your arousal is very low, on the other hand, you're gonna be bored and you're not gonna be very fired up. You're not gonna be very energetic. The optimal arousal is this zone in the middle where you perform at your best. It's kind of like having the challenge and skill balance we talked about in the last chapter. When you have the balance, that's the optimal arousal kind of zone. So there are signs your arousal is too high. Some of them are, for example, that you're nervous, that your body feels very overly stimulated. Then, for example, that you feel very hyped up, your heartbeat gets very high, your breathing gets faster. There are solutions to this, obviously. When your arousal is too high, you want to lower it through some tools. So that can be using calm breathing that we spoke about, which is the 4 seconds inhale, 6 seconds exhale. Then you can, for example, listen to calm music. You can do other things that calm you down. Meditation also is a great tool. Then there are signs your arousal is too low. This is when you feel bored, when you don't have energy, when you feel lazy. How do you solve this one? You listen to hyped up music. You hype yourself up with teammates. You do breathing, so double inhale breathing, for example. And yeah, you try to kind of really get into that energy. You get in that energy. Simple way to find your best arousal, so the optimal arousal zone, is to remember your best performances that you've had and remember how you felt. Extremely simple. Some people will need to be more angry, some people will need to be more very calm, some people will need to be just in the middle, some people will need to be super hyped up. It's different for everyone. You need to find the optimal performance arousal, and that's where you want to get. So for some people, when their arousal is high, it might be the optimal one. But for some people, they need to lower it. So it's very different for every footballer. So figure out what works for you and apply that. The goal of the routine, of the pre-game routine, is to bring your arousal into the personal sweet spot. So the one that your best arousal pretty much, your optimal arousal. There are building blocks of a pre-game routine which you can use. You don't have to use all of them, but I'm just gonna list them. So first is intentions. Decide what you're focusing on today. 1 or 2 simple cues, so these are performance intentions. I already spoke about them in the previous classes, previous chapters. Second, arousal regulation tools. So these can be breathing, to calm yourself or activate yourself. So it was 4 seconds inhale, 6 seconds exhale, or double inhale breathing, or Wim Hof method. Then we have movement to raise energy. So you can do some high knee jumps, you can do some sprints and so on. And posture. For example, when you have good posture, it's gonna bring your energy kind of higher, signal readiness. 3, the third building block is flow priming. So this can be a short visualization or a pre-game audio that you listen to. And yeah, things that should be in it are you kind of imagining. You shouldn't focus on the imagining actions and skills that you're gonna do in the game, but rather executing stuff that you usually do in the game in the optimal mental state. So what you're aiming for is imagining the optimal mental state that you're gonna be in and how you're gonna feel in there. 4, anchor selection. So you need to decide your in-game flow anchor that we spoke about in the last chapter. How to create your own routine. Important principle is routines are built, not copied. You don't want to copy someone else's routine, you want to build your own one because, as I said, everyone's optimal arousal is completely different. Process, keep the routine short. Test 1 element at a time. When you're adding new elements, test 1 at a time, because if you add 2, you don't know which one helped you, which one didn't. You need to add 1. And third thing is, notice how the first 5 minutes of the game feel. By this way, when you notice how the first 5 minutes feel, you're best able to analyze and kind of judge whether the pre-game routine was good or not, whether it did what you wanted it to do or not, and also what you need to change. Obviously, in the match and training summaries, use them to evaluate your routine, to kind of see what worked, what didn't work, track your emotions, and make a plan after each one, what you want to change, or if you want to keep it the way it is, and so on. Common mistakes people make is adding too many elements to the routine, so it's very complicated and it takes away your mental energy. Then you don't have enough mental energy to perform at your best. Second is copying other players blindly. As I said, everyone has a different optimal mental state and you need to find your own one. Using hype to cover anxiety, so when you're anxious, you add more hype and you try to cover the anxiety through it, but this is only going to make it worse and make your arousal higher, even though you need to put it lower. And lastly, changing routine every game. You're never gonna know what works. You need to test it over several games to see whether it works or not, what works, what doesn't, because every single day is different. You need a bigger sample. You can't change it every game, because you're gonna get no consistency whatsoever, and yeah, your performances are gonna be very up and down. And obviously no one wants to be an inconsistent player, because coaches don't appreciate that and the game doesn't appreciate it. Important principle for flow is the routine doesn't create flow. It removes obstacles to flow. And it creates higher chance of entering flow. It doesn't give you a guarantee, but it creates a higher chance of entering it. Actionable steps: create your simple pregame routine. So as I said, start very small and test it over the next few weeks and months until you find one that brings you to your optimal mental state and optimal arousal, and that gives you consistency. So when you're able to do it consistently, that's when you know that the routine is right. For example, if you're able to do it 7 out of 10 games to be in the right mental state, that's a solid foundation of a pre-game routine you want to have. So that's it for the chapter, and yeah, it was the last chapter. I wanted to say see you in the next chapter, but yeah, this was the last chapter. Just let me now tell you a few more words before we finish the video. Congratulations on completing the whole free course, and I just want to tell you, if this wasn't like enough for you and you're interested in getting further one-to-one help, so joining the program I have for working with footballers one-to-one and building an elite mentality, check out the first link in the description. There is a link where you can book a call. The thing is, we already have so many results. Right now I'm going to show you the video of what Hamad said and how it helped him, how Elite Mentality Systems helped him get where he wanted to go, and he now plays in a pro academy and he's having trials for a better pro academy. So yeah, check it out.
My name is Lahdan and I'm from Qatar.
How was your situation before joining Elite Mentality Systems?
Before joining, my situation was that I was being nervous in games and wasting half my energy and nervousness, and I was a shy and non-confident person.
And how did that make you feel?
My performance was inconsistent, and I was also a shy person out of the field, even in real life. And I was scared of people for no reason.
What were you unable to do that you wanted to do?
Before joining, yes?
Yes.
I wanted to be confident and like have a elite mindset and perform consistently well, and like not be shy and be a confident person overall.
And what negative impact did that have on others around you?
So some of my childhood friends thought that I was weird and a nerd, people started to think that I was scared of everything and non-confident person.
All right. And how did you find like Elite Footy Mentality and kind of the whole company?
It was really supportive. He answered all of my questions, and my confidence has developed a lot, not just in football but also like in real life. I started to have more friends because of my confidence, and even in football I started performing consistently and becoming a confident person in training and in games, and I even captained 2 games.
And what were your thoughts going through the process of finding like Elite Mentality Systems? When you found it first, like what were your thoughts when you were deciding?
First, I was kind of like not 100% sure, but as I saw through the video and I went on a meeting with you, I thought that this is the perfect thing for me, and yeah, I was not wrong. It was the perfect thing for me.
Okay. And what were your doubts and fears about joining the program?
I thought that it will not be helpful, and it was not. You're not going to be like supportive a lot, but most of the things will be like basic things like meditation and visualization. But no, you covered all aspects and you were really supportive with me.
Perfect. And what made you say yes anyway? What made you join even through these doubts?
First, I was sketchy, but like you remember when we did the first Zoom call to like introduce each other. There, I thought that you were the perfect person to help me with my skills.
Fantastic. Okay. So, and where are you at now?
I am now in a pro academy, and I will have a try at even better pro academy with just joining you for 1.5 months.
And how does it make you feel?
It makes me feel smart for investing in myself, and I think that helps me a lot, and it makes me feel proud and good of myself.
What are you able to do now that you couldn't before joining Elite Mentality Systems?
I couldn't like speak to people I don't know, and I couldn't like do communication with my team, and my playing ability has been better. Like I can enter flow state good, and even like my routine has been better. Like instead of scrolling, I am now doing like mentality trainings to help me.
And what positive impact did that have on others around you?
I now can like give feedback to people without getting nervous, and people started to talk with me and know like more about me, and they started to have more friends, even like outside football.
Last question. What would you tell someone who is watching this right now and is unsure about taking the next step?
I would tell him to join, because this is not just any it is not any mentality training. It covers all aspects, and it has different courses and different weeks. And you are really supportive with people, and you will answer all their questions, and each aspect of the mentality part will be covered in the course, and it's not even that expensive. It's completely worth it.
And here, so you've seen what Elite Mentality Systems can do, and having the right mental strategy and how it can help your game. Here you have some more results from our players in Elite Mentality Systems. And yeah, as I said, if you want to have an elite mentality, this is probably the best thing you can do to invest into one-on-one coaching. Obviously, only book a call if you're serious. If you're serious about it and if you're ready to invest. It's the first link down in the description. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you on the call and we'll be talking one-on-one and working together. Also, if you like the free course, check out my channel, and you can click the subscribe button and give me a subscribe. I will be posting many more videos now, and yeah, I'll be much more active and giving you guys value for free.